In times of change
and opportunity
when the world is opening up
with new possibilities
and challenges,
there is something that unites us all.
Healthy, safe, affordable British food.
This cheese.
These vegetables.
These eggs. All that meat.
And our daily bread.
All produced to some of the highest standards in the world.
By British farmers.
Like me.
And me. And him.
And her.
And us! But we don't just produce food.
British farmers look after our land,
Our soil.
Our environment.
And can lead the world in producing climate-friendly food.
All of this is supported by the NFU.
We've been backing British farming for over 100 years.
With experts across the country.
representing tens of thousands of farms.
Covering 2/3 of agricultural land across England and Wales.
When we speak,
the country listens. We're helping shape government policy.
We've put farming at the forefront of the national news.
And we are helping generate billions for the national economy.
We're supporting local communities.
Helping fellow farmers in times of need.
And people value us.
Because we are innovators.
Supporting the next generation of farmers.
And inspiring children like no other organisation.
In classrooms across the country.
My favourite thing was to drive a pretend tractor.
Together, we can make a difference.
Delivering the cleanest,
safest,
most respected farming industry in the world.
We are farming without barriers.
We are the NFU.
Welcome to conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to NFU Conference 2020 here at the ICC Birmingham. Please welcome NFU President Minette Batters.
Well, a very good morning, conference, and I want to start by thanking my office holder team, Guy, Stuart, John and Alid. It's been a rollercoaster year, and I'm hugely indebted to all of you for your hard work and support. It is very unfortunate that the Secretary of State, George Eustace, can't be with us this morning as he's being called to a cabinet meeting. However, he will give us his keynote address tomorrow and take questions then. Now, this year will be the most significant year for British farming, for British food in living memory. 2020 promises to be the biggest agricultural reform since the 1940s. For the first time in decades, this country has the opportunity to shape a trade, immigration, and agricultural policy that will define our country for decades to come. The future can either be seen as a threat or an opportunity. Your glass is either half full or half empty. Conference, farmers, my glass, our glass must be half full. The future must be about building on the opportunity given, delivering for our people, our food and our planet. We have the climate, geography, water and soils to produce every component of a balanced diet. Healthy food, healthy people and a healthy country. But we are at a time of enormous, unprecedented change. This is the time for leadership, to set out what we want from our country, what we want for future generations, and how we are going to get there together. My vision is that British farmers and growers play our part in the global food and environmental challenge, that we step up to the plate and demonstrate how environmental and biodiversity delivery can go hand in hand with profitable food production. a future where we feed the world without costing the earth. We hear a lot of talk about the benefits of free trade: choice, price, availability. You only have to walk into any supermarket to witness how successful free trade has been. And I want to be clear, farmers are eager to make the most of the opportunities our new status as an independent trading nation presents. But the great challenges of today, mitigating and adapting to climate change, arresting declines in biodiversity, ensuring our farmed animals are well cared for and treated with respect, are not going to be met by an economic model that places a premium on price and completely ignores the hidden costs of how that food is produced. Now, back in 2017, Michael Gove spoke of Brexit providing an unfrozen moment, a moment to seize the initiative. Well, that moment is now here. This year, the government must show global leadership, insist that UK farm standards are the benchmark for climate-friendly farming around the world, and that whoever wants to trade with us trades on our terms. And we must not allow those standards to be undermined by imports of goods which would be illegal for our farmers to produce here. In other parts of the world, abattoirs use chlorine or other chemicals to wash carcasses. Not allowed in Britain because we have legislation on the way we keep our livestock, limiting stocking density. And we have rules on biosecurity, lighting, diet, veterinary oversight. In the US and other countries, there are no federal controls on what are deemed in the UK to be fundamental welfare requirements. Battery cage egg production is still permitted in some countries, but was banned here in 2012. Meat and bone meal in feed, which was banned here 24 years ago, is still allowed elsewhere. In Brazil, farmers don't need a vet's prescription for animal medicines and don't need to record treatments. There is no legislation in many parts of the world on the use of these drugs. In fact, many feedlot systems are reliant on the prophylactic use of antibiotics. And in Japan, Australia, China, Canada, Brazil, Malaysia, and India, the use of antibiotics is permitted for growth promotion. This isn't hysteria. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. This is fact. To sign up to a trade deal which results in opening our ports, shelves, and fridges to food which would be illegal to produce here would not only be morally bankrupt, it would be the work of the insane. This goes wider than what's good for farming. This is about what's good for Britain. So when the Prime Minister or any member of government is overseas discussing trade, our ask is that they start promoting British foods and the values we hold here about safety, quality, and welfare. Why would you actively encourage opportunities for countries where foot and mouth is endemic to have their beef as a centrepiece on our tables? This is a time to remember our food journey. We now have the Food Standards Act of 1999, the outcome of which was the establishment of an independent food standards agency and red tractor assurance in 2000. In the last 20 years, we've created one of the safest, shortest, and most responsive food supply chains in the world. And 9 years ago, Prime Minister David Cameron set out his ambition to lead the world on beating antimicrobial resistance before we faced an apocalypse in human health treatment. The responsible use of animal medicines, RUMA, was tasked with leadership and owning the evidence base. And last year, Chief Medical Officer Dame Sally Davis said at the World Health Innovation Conference in Doha that through red tractor assurance, Britain's farmers had triumphed in lowering their antibiotic usage by 53%. A shining example of why a global Britain must aim high on standards for trade. Now, everything I have said is endorsed by consumer groups and environmentalists. The consumer organisation which has just published its latest insight report, which maintains that above all else, standards of food safety, animal welfare and environmental protection must, at the very least, be maintained. 60 environmental farming organisations recently joined us and signed a letter to the Prime Minister that it was in the national interests of this country that we maintain our food standards. But it is complicated, it is technical, and I'm a realist. I know that this will test the moral compass of some in government. There are going to have to be some trade-offs, and it will be a pipe dream to expect every country in the world to operate to the same rules and regulations. What standards will we accept? What is unacceptable? It's an issue which can't be solved in 280 characters on Twitter or in a quick soundbite, which is why it's absolutely vital that there is a specialist body of experts set up to oversee trade regulations regarding agriculture and food, a Trade and Standards Commission. And it is vital that we have legislation which ensures these experts are listened to. This isn't just about chlorinated chicken. This is about a wider principle. We must not tie the hands of British farmers to the highest rung of the standards ladder whilst waving through food imports which may not even reach the bottom rung. Conference, you will remember last year I said to the then Secretary of State, Michael Gove, that I wanted a commitment to standards in writing. Well, he did write, twice in fact, and he did commit. But since then, some in government have said there is no need for a commission and no need for new laws. When I asked why, I was told because the British public don't want substandard food imported here. Well, I agree the British public do not want food to be imported here, which would be illegal to produce here, which is exactly why it should be enshrined in law in the Agricultural Bill. Why would government not want to legislate on this? Why would government not want a commission of experts to advise? If you demand high welfare systems at home, but your actions undermine the farms that deliver it, if you say we care about the environment here, but then promote and support some of the world's most environmentally damaging food systems, if you raise the bar at home, but refuse to legislate on imports, then I can only wonder, was the motive ever really about improving global standards in welfare or the environment after all? Conference, remember my words. We will rue the day that we step back from the Food Safety Act of 1999 rather than moving forward to build a better industry. If the government is serious about animal welfare and environmental protection, and doing more than any previous government, it must put legislation in the Agricultural Bill. So, what should our vision be for the future? The EU is our closest trading partner and home to 62% of our exports. It will always be in the UK and EU's interest to have a zero tariff and quota trade agreement. Government has been clear that the longer-term relationship will not be fully aligned with EU rules and regulations, and that this will mean some level of friction in trade between us. As farmers, we support the government ambition for a science and evidenced approach to decision-making, the opportunities that new plant breeding technologies will bring. but it is time to turbocharge our iconic British food brand. Red Tractor Assurance remains crucial to maintaining honesty. I will never tolerate a situation whereby we import cheap raw ingredients and add value to them under the Union Jack. The Agricultural and Horticultural Development Board must focus on marketing the great story of British food, and our plea is for government to match fund our levy of £60 million to deliver a transformed AHDB modelled on the Irish Borbia Food Board, providing access to new technologies, research and development, crucially owning our own data and evidence so we can benchmark ourselves against the rest of the world. AHDB must also be more ambitious on opening up new export opportunities for British farming around the world, as well as making sure we remain the #1 supplier of choice here in Britain. And let's make sure Crown commercial service contracts are committed to British sourcing for our schools, hospitals, prisons and MOD. What is government waiting for? What is more important to our economy, our health, our environment than the very food that we eat? Britain needs a productive and profitable food and farming industry. I know that every farmer wants to farm without support. None of us want to be reliant on a brown envelope. The NFU has said from day one that a prerequisite of stepping back from direct support must be ensuring the fairness, transparency and functionality of our supply chains, ensuring the voluntary codes are made mandatory, rolling out the GSCOP, including ornamentals. And I'm pleased to see the Agricultural Bill includes a commitment to monitor food security. This needs to include a measure of self-sufficiency in it, an indicator as to whether Britain's capacity to grow its own food has increased or decreased. And that reporting needs to be annual, not just once every 5 years. We are up for reform of agricultural policy. But the timelines were mapped out in 2018, when the ambitions and deadlines for Brexit looked very different. Things have changed, and so DEFRA's plans for transition must change too. Last week, I agreed with all the other UK farming unions that ending the transition period away from BPS must be delayed and should not begin until 2022 at the earliest. Now, the UK is the jewel in the world's crown for producing high-quality, extensive, climate-friendly meat and dairy products. I want to see an end to the victimisation by some activists against our livestock sector. People need to remember, at the heart of every farming business is a family. In a world where there seems to be increasing polarisation, we mustn't forget we're all human. I urge everyone, including the media, to stop and to think about the real-life consequences of their actions and their words. Now, the UK hosts the COP, the UN Climate Change Conference, in November, and it will be the most important that any that have gone before. Our chance, the Prime Minister's chance, to show the world that the UK is going to lead on decarbonisation of the G7, working with the farmers here to champion climate-friendly farming across the world, to lead the recovery our planet so desperately needs. Climate change is a shared responsibility, a global issue which requires us all to act. This is why I have set out an ambition for British farming to be net zero in emissions by 2040. We start from a great place. British beef has a carbon footprint less than half that of the rest of the world. Our pastures, hedges and trees act as a vital carbon sink. And many more farmers want to understand how they can play their part. And that's why we have a session tomorrow devoted to achieving net zero and launching our net zero farm status indicator to help members take an initial first step on their own net zero plans. Conference. Our farmers were deemed the first line of defence during 2 world wars. Farmers will be the pioneers who lead again as the first line of defence on climate change. But I can't stand here today discussing climate change and not mention the national emergency that has unfolded before our very eyes in the last couple of weeks. As the Yorkshire Post put it, Prime Minister, we are drowning. Thousands of hectares and countless communities devastated after months of heavy rain. Too much water in some places and at times not enough in others, and often at the same time. With all the talk of infrastructure spending on high-speed rail or connectivity, surely the trick that we are missing is investment in water. Very little has been done to improve our water infrastructure since the creation of the canals in the 1800s. Years of neglect has created an urgent problem. DEFRA's national planning framework is welcome, and it's encouraging to see ambitious plans emerging for English water companies to move water around the country. But government is going to have to bite the bullet and commit major funding to this, whilst also ensuring farming has access to that water for food production. And the prize is huge, not just in terms of better water management here, but also abroad. Yet another chance for the UK to be a global leader. Now, we currently produce only 7% of fruit we eat and only 53% of our veg in the UK. We import the rest from some of the most water-stressed parts of the world, like Israel, Chile, and Spain. I want to say that again. We have a bountiful supply of water, but we ask the rest of the world to use their scarce water supplies to produce the food that we could and should be growing at home. Now, we can and we should drive a horticultural revolution in support of our health and our global environment, but we need a revolutionary approach to how we plan, protect and pay our farmers to store water, allowing water to be moved to areas where it's needed. And it is ironic that the government, on the one hand, is encouraging more people to increase the amount of fruit and veg in their diets, yet, on the other hand, making it much harder for that fruit and veg to be produced in Britain. We need 70,000 seasonal workers in our horticultural sector. A commitment to have a seasonal scheme for just 10,000 simply isn't enough, and we urge government to increase it for 2021. We have repeatedly said that for farm businesses, it is about having the full range of skills needed, whether it's pickers and packers or meat processors and vets. Millions of pounds is being invested in automation and mechanisation. But there is no scaled-up automation around this year or next that can replace the workers we need. Now, I've talked a lot this morning about change, whether it's the climate, politics or farming, but society is changing too. We are changing. We are not an exclusive industry, as some would paint us, with an eye looking at the past. We are modern and inclusive. I was really keen that the NFU signs up to the AgRespect Pledge, and really pleased that we supported the amazing Pride event in Brighton, complete with Rainbow Tractor. the fantastic event in Wales, She Who Dares Farms, plays a crucial role in encouraging more women to feel confident to take leadership roles within farming. And we are now actually talking about mental well-being in a way we should have been doing decades ago. We must continue to make sure the NFU opens up opportunities for any farmer to achieve their potential in representing this amazing industry. And a special mention to our young ambassadors who are here, whose enthusiasm and positive outlook remind me every day why I love farming. And you'll see later this morning the opportunities that delivering farming in schools opens up for the next generation, and how we're encouraging children now to understand where their food comes from and to work in this great industry. We're going to need these farmers of the future, both in Britain and throughout the world, because there is a growing market out there. While I've been speaking in the last 20 minutes, the world has eaten around 100,000 tonnes of food. This planet has to produce 7.5 million tonnes of food every day to keep the world's population fed. Conference, Britain is a fantastic place to meet this challenge. British farming is in a fantastic place to realise this opportunity. Now, history will judge Brexit. My task is to make the best of what unfolds in the coming days, weeks, months and years. And I give you my word today that the NFU will leave its heart and soul on the Brexit pitch. I will do everything in my power to lead this industry into a profitable, productive and thriving future. But I cannot do that alone. We all have a responsibility. In meetings with ministers, in Friday afternoon farm visits with MPs, or on the 25th of March at our mass rally. This is your moment to make a stand with me, to show your children and future generations for decades to come that you stood up for our future to be world leaders on climate-friendly farming. Farmers, we can do this. Let's make British farming the envy of the world. And let's start that journey right here, right now. Thank you.
Minette, well done. Yet another barnstorming performance that we've grown to know and love you for. If only the Secretary of State could have heard that, but I'm sure you're warmed up for first thing tomorrow morning. The reason I'm briefly here is not to prove, in the words of the Vice President, I'm Creep of the Year. It's actually to introduce two guests to the stage. Coming up and to be sat next to Minette, we have the person that has led the CBI, both effectively and forcefully, through 3 very challenging years. I think it's fair to say that the NFU and the CBI have as close and a positive relationship that we've ever had. Please welcome Dame Carolyn Fairbairn. And sitting closest to me, another special guest, Penny Haslam, who we all remember for BBC Business News, one of the best business analysts on the telly in the past. Penny, we were discussing your role, and was it moderator, was it facilitator? It's not referee, but I'm sure you'll be as impartial as the French referee will be when England play Wales next week. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you you very much, and good morning, hello. I am very excited and delighted to be here in this chair right now. I have dealt with the organisations I'm about to deal with now for the last 20 years in my role as a business journalist, but only ever for 3 or 4 minutes on live television or national radio. And now I've got an hour with them. Are you ready? Wonderful. Welcome, Carolyn Fairbairn, Director General of the CBI. And the CBI, of course, as you know, is a business organisation with over 6 decades of experience. And you yourself have a terrific track record in your career and have been at the helm for almost 5 years with the backdrop of Brexit for the majority of that time. And look, you've survived.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling?
Well, actually, Penny, I just want to start by saying that this is a revolution we're in at the moment. And I just want to say, I think the leadership of the Minette, Terry and the team and the NFU have been showing for farmers of this country is absolutely terrific. And I feel incredibly proud to be here, actually, because we do speak for 190,000 businesses across the UK, but that includes firm and squarely the farming community. And I feel really proud to have heard that speech, to hear the pride, hear the passion. That's what we've been trying to do at the CBI as well. The pride that we have in British enterprise and industry that includes all of you here. So I just want to say that. Enormous hats off to everything you've been doing here.
Thank you very much. And you know this lady as well? Yes, we know Minette, don't we? Your president. Wow, what a barnstorming speech. And we're going to get into lots of detail that we're all interested in, such as trade, immigration and labour, and climate change. But we need to focus, don't we, on the centrepiece of that speech, which is, of course, standards. Very clear, no race to the bottom. And when you ask government, I'm really interested to know how it lands, when you ask government to aim high on standards for trade, are you confident, Minette, that they're listening?
Look, I think they're absolutely listening, but the point that I made in the speech is this will test the moral compass of some. And I genuinely don't think yet it is truly defined as to what the ambition is. You know, we've had mixed comments coming out of government really for a long period of time. And under this administration, you know, there have been, again, mixed comments. Many of you will have heard Theresa Villiers on the Today programme yesterday morning, absolutely resolute, as she was indeed on Country File, about maintaining the standards and not compromising them. It'll be very interesting to see what the Secretary of State, George Eustace, says here tomorrow. Slight difference of opinion in what he said on Andrew Marr at the weekend as to the amendments that he put down, you know, when he'd actually resigned. So it'll be good to follow up on those and get the commitment. But look, this is a very, very powerful majority government. Things are going to move fast, things are going to happen fast, and we have to make sure that farming, food, consumers, environmentalists are all working together to make sure that our food standards are maintained. We all know that agriculture is the last chapter in any trade deal to be agreed.
You mentioned about the 60 or so organisations who joined you in writing to the Prime Minister. I'm really keen to know, you were talking about the national interest that we maintain food standards. Did he write back? Has he had chance to?
Not yet to that one, but he's got quite a few letters on his desk from me. So
right,
I've had
we'll
some
watch this
responses.
Space.
Yeah.
We'll watch this space.
Absolutely.
And Carolyn, you heard Minette's speech. What's your reaction? And where are food standards on your agenda from the CBI's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, standards are incredibly high on our radar. I mean, it's very interesting. We're in this whole new language of trade. We haven't done a trade deal in the UK for 40 years. And the thing about the term standards is it sounds like a kind of techie thing. Actually, as Minette, I think you brought out incredibly well, standards encapsulate who we are as a country. They encapsulate what we believe about animal welfare. They capture what we believe about labour standards, about environment. They actually are about who we are as a nation. And I think we're just beginning to kind of realise that we need a really evidence-based conversation about what kind of country we are and want to be. And it's one of the reasons why in our conversations with government, we're saying create that that proper framework for debate and discussion that we haven't had to have for 40 years. And so, Minette, when you talk about the need for an expert commission, we absolutely support the principle that lies behind that. Unless we have consumer groups and farmers and businesses all working out what we believe about ourselves in terms of welfare, safety, environment, employment standards, we will not get the right kind of trade deal. So standards feel as though they're dominating the conversation on trade. That is absolutely appropriate that they should. And we're having very many of the same kind of discussions across pharmaceuticals, yes, absolutely across agriculture, across food in general. And we will be absolutely full square behind the NFU in seeking to have the right kind of dialogue around all of this.
Minette, you mentioned, of course, the Trade and Standards Commission. You got a round of applause for that idea. It's one that's really important. But is it possible to even set it up, to scramble it, and let it have its teeth in that time frame that we've got? We are literally 2 weeks away from starting to talk about these issues.
Absolutely. Well, look, Michael Gove was here last year. I made it very clear, I didn't want it written in blood. I want it put in writing. And he wrote to me a private letter and said that he thought it was a really good idea, needed to happen. Then he wrote to me formally and said, yes, it must happen. And the wheels were put in motion. I think DEFRA as a department absolutely thinks that it is a good idea. But, this has to travel right across government. This cannot just sit in one department. So it has to be hardwired in. Hence, the Commission must be backed up by a commitment in the Agricultural Bill. Now, we talked about the power base of government. This will be happening quickly. So it's really, really important that we get that commitment in the bill that backs up the technical expertise within the Commission. And, Carolyn and I were out in the US. They published their negotiating objectives in 2017, and the overriding part of that conversation was, where are yours? Where are your objectives? Now, we've been promised that we might see them this week, but ultimately we haven't defined what our objectives are on trade. Agriculture is a big part of the US trade deal, and we will have to define what our ambition is. So it makes complete sense that you bring a team UK-wide of experts. We can't have any distortion in the UK single market. You bring those experts together, you define what your offer is, and that is how you take it forwards. But this has got to be hardwired across government. I think many in government support it. I think there are challenges around the Department of International Trade, but we won't go there on that just now. But this has got to be the ambition of the whole of government. That's the point.
Absolutely. I think we can scramble. I think, back to that kind of glass half full. When we set our minds to it, I think getting the right kind of people in a room to do this. But just to go back to kind of some of the fundamentals, if you look at the great trading nations around the world who are good at this, so Canada, Australia, the US are very good at it as well. And at the CBI, we've done some work on what characterizes a great trading setup. And it is a really close engagement of business groups, of farming groups, of consumer lobbies, of all of those different interests around a table, working out a mandate. And I think we need to be pushing our government pretty hard on this and offering our help. I mean, that's what we can all bring to the table. And if we have to scramble, we can do that.
And does the CBI feel like it has the ear of the government? You had a list of 22 asks, demands for government when it comes to negotiating. Has it heard? Do you know if it's listening?
I think the government is listening. We have enough examples out there. The fact we're even in a transition period, frankly, having left the EU was something the business called for. So I think we know that we can be heard. Listen, I'm going to be, really honest here. It's been difficult. These have been challenging times for business working with government because actually, the evidence base around some of the things that are good for business have been difficult to communicate. But the way I see it now is that we have got a government with a mandate to lead, and actually they've, I think, taken some very good early steps in terms of what business needs. They got an opportunity to set some frameworks for trade. They got an opportunity to really kind of do a reset. And that's what we're offering. We are offering our support, our honest challenge when we have it. And I think this area of how we get trade set up is almost a first test case. We've got 14 weeks between now and the European Council meeting in June. we can get the voices around the table, the evidence to make the right decisions. And that's our offer to government.
Thank you. Talking of trade, see what I did there? Talking of trade, and I know we've got a few delegate questions from the audience, so let's sort out the details of that. Could we have David Exwood? Are you here, David? Let's hope so. Paul Tompkins and Sharon Hammond to find a microphone near them. So if you're not able to get to a microphone standing point, and your microphones are located to the left and right, to the front, the middle, and up on the circle there, make your way there. And while you do that, I'll get started with a question on trade. But when I come to you and ask for your question, just say a little bit about who you are and what you do, and then, of course, ask your question. And I'll put those to you, if that's all right. But while they get ready, there is so much to talk about when it comes to trade and the trade deals as Brexit becomes a reality. Now, the president of the CBI, John Allen, said recently, the challenge is to ensure business confidence is not caught in the crossfire of a tough public negotiation. Firms ask the government to take every opportunity to show ambition while keeping business insight at the heart of their decisions. Do you think the government is capable of that during trade negotiations?
Trade is it's a contact sport, and so there's always a lot of noise, and I think we're seeing that at the moment. What I would say is that the business community has started off with a spirit of very much glass half full and a sense of optimism. Our surveys are showing that businesses are feeling better about the future. I think that the end of kind of that gridlock from last year has really lifted spirits. And I think what we're now saying is how we turn that into investment is the opportunity. So what we are hoping to see during these negotiations is pragmatism and evidence base. We absolutely respect the government's mandate, and they have said there is going to be some friction. You know, we were hoping to see frictionless trade. It was a phrase that Minette and I shared, and many of us have shared. I think there is a kind of a recognition that actually this government is prioritising sovereignty over rules. And there is a kind of almost waking up and smelling the coffee on that we can do. But within that, and our 22 recommendations to government yesterday all fell within that mandate of government. We can still have, I think, a pragmatic trade deal that supports our industries, and then get on with the things that are terribly important. I mean, we have put on ice issues around climate change, around skills transformation, around our infrastructure spend, and that will be, I think, a very important part of lifting confidence over this year.
Absolutely. Minette, from what you've seen of negotiating styles, will it play out positively in the end?
Look, I think under Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, he's laid out very strong terms of negotiation. You know, he got a deal through. He won a very successful election campaign on getting Brexit done. For us, it is about now getting Brexit right. But of course, the negotiating tactics have to stay at the forefront of all of this. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that this government is very, very serious. It means business. It's set out its terms of reference. They do not want to be pushed around by anybody. They want to make, you know, their own footprint on the world stage. So it's hardline negotiating tactics, but that is the way forward. But, you know, it's a massive job now, agreeing the EU future relationship, the US bilateral, other trade discussions going on at the same time as well. So, you know, we can only, I think, influence in a very positive way. The most successful art of lobbying is always having the solutions as well, not just what you want. We've been very keen to pitch this around what farming has to offer. We can build the drumbeat to the COP in November. There's a real chance to be leading in the way that we've shown in the past, the point that I made about David Cameron. And that is what I think we have to do. I think we have to be positive. We have to be ambitious. We have a great industry. We have, I know, speaking to many farming colleagues across the world, when I talk to the Argentinians and the Canadians, the US, they're all very focused on the UK market being, you know, one of the most prized food markets on the planet. So to you guys, I said what I said about us remaining the #1 supplier of choice for good reason. We want to work with you. This is our market.
So when we see in the press, you know, indications that there's showboating going on and standoffs, we just ignore that kind of detail and push through to the end game.
There's always going to be an element of that. It will be very interesting when we publish our objectives and those actual discussions get going, because of course at the moment we're talking about all from the UK side. You know, we'll soon be getting, you know, what does the EU think? Indeed, you know, the US-UK discussions have not perhaps started as well as they could have done with that trip being cancelled. So, look, I think this is going to be fast and furious. This next 12 months is going to be absolutely full on. It's going to be flat out, I think, for the CBI, the NFU, for business in general. And it's about having the solutions.
And I just go back to, I completely agree with that. And the other thing I think we have to keep coming back to is the benefits for the European Union and the UK together to get a good deal. And that's one of the roles that we can play at the CBI through our supply chains going through Europe. Minette, you're the same. There is such a shared mutual interest, particularly when you look at the challenges. Look at the challenge around coronavirus. Look at the challenge around climate. And I think if we keep coming back to the shared mutual interest, I think that will help us get through some of the noise and get to a positive outcome.
Okay, well, let's hear from one of our delegates in the audience right now, Sharon Hammond. Sharon, are you in position?
I am in position.
Hello. Where are you from? What do you do, Sharon? And then ask you a short and sweet question.
So, what is our conference? Sharon Hammond. I'm currently the newly elected Vice Chair of Brecon and Radnor NFU, NFU Cymru. And I farm in partnership with my brother-in-law and my two sons. We're mixed livestock farmers, beef, sheep, poultry, and we have a tourist-based diversification project as well. So my question is essentially for Dame Carolyn Fairbairn, and it is, what does getting Brexit right mean for the CBI, please?
What does getting Brexit right mean for the CBI? What's the perfect Brexit?
We have as our litmus test for a good Brexit the creation of the best possible trading conditions for job creation and innovation across business. And we have, I think, been evidence-based on that from the start. So recognizing where it is advantageous to stay close to Europe is going to be uppermost in our minds still. For example, in the automotive sector, there is tremendous value in just-in-time supply chains across Europe. In other areas, though, there may be some benefits in charting our own course. I was talking to one of our members recently about what we might be able to do in setting AI standards. When Minette and I were out in the States, the opportunity to create really ambitious global standards in, say, insurance markets. So that balance between where we want to stay close to Europe and where we want to chart our own regulatory course, that will be a key part of getting Brexit right. And then the second thing is, in my purpose of our paper yesterday, keeping red tape low. What we know is that for all our members, but particularly for smaller businesses, red tape cost double testing of products. Talking to a mattress producer who might have to do flame tests for mattresses and duplicate them. The idea of keeping documentation to a minimum at borders through trusted trader schemes, making sure that people can move on short-term visas, very powerful. So that's a very important part. And then the third element, which is something Minette talked about, is making sure that we still have the right kind of access to the right kind of skill levels that we need and people across our economy. So three big components.
Just on that red tape, I'm concerned that the provision of public goods through the agriculture bill is going to provide more red tape, more domestic admin, red tape of a domestic kind. Is that a concern for you, Minette?
Look, it's a massive concern for us, and I think, in fairness, it's a huge concern for DEFRA as a department. You know, it will say, in its own words, it has failed to deliver twice on agri-environment schemes with massive implications, and we still, on countryside stewardship, we still have 50% of those farming businesses that haven't been paid, and that is for work that they have done. So this cannot fail. The transfer over to the new scheme cannot afford to fail. And it's why we all farming organisations, all farming unions, feel so strongly about this delay to the very earliest of 2022. Because we have to know what the trading environment is going to be before we transfer to the world of public monies for public goods. George Eustace is going to define actually what the whole future policy looks like in much more detail tomorrow. But delivery is key, and it has failed on the back of a flawed government IT system. It's failed twice. It cannot afford to do that again. We have enough uncertainty. I think that the bit that is really struggling to land with government is around volatility and risk management and the fairness of our supply chains. You know, that is a critical part of developed nations and why you support agriculture, because you don't want to see food price spikes. You want everything to remain as easy and flowing as possible, so you keep out the volatility. We are going into more volatility. So, you know, we talked about 3 pillars: productivity, environmental delivery, and volatility. A 3-legged stool, effectively. If you only have 2 legs, the stool falls over. So that is mission critical with the new scheme.
Okay, David Exwood, are you almost ready there? Good. We spotted him. We've got him, his mic up. That's good. David's question is about the US, but before he asks it in detail, just tell us why you were in the States, who you were with, who's the B7, are they the business influences from around, you know, how was it, what were the conversations, all that kind of stuff.
Well, shall I start? Yeah, I mean, we had a cracking time. We were delighted to be joined by Minette over there. So the B7 is the business face of the G7. So the G7 is meeting at Camp David in June, and this was a meeting of the heads of the business organizations of those countries. And we were really talking about a lot, actually, about free trade. We were talking about the future US-UK trade negotiation, but also how we stood up for free trade globally. We were talking about climate change, and Minette and I took the opportunity to meet quite a number of members of US trade, of the White House administration. We were there for the State of the Union address, so quite interesting to be up close and seeing the president deliver that. But very much beating the drum for British industry and British farming over in the US at a pretty important time.
Okay. So David, explain who you are, what you do, and then ask your question.
Hello, conference. I'm a beef and arable farmer from West Sussex. We sell a lot of farm-assured grain, and I have a lot of high welfare, hormone-free beef on our farm. A question for you, Dame Caroline, on the US trade deal. On your recent visit to Washington, D.C., you said that our countries share a vital economic relationship, and you look forward to unlocking opportunities to make them even stronger. What opportunities are there for British agriculture in a UK-US trade deal?
Yeah. I did take the opportunity when I was over there to sort of set out, if you like, some quite big ambitions for US-UK trade, because it is one of those relationships that has worked very well over time. We create roughly 1 million jobs in each other's country, and yet we don't have a trade deal that goes much beyond WTO rules. So what I was saying was, let's aim really high. Let's look at some of the industries of the future and think about where the US and the UK might be able to blaze a trail on global standards. So, for example, on artificial intelligence, and I know that could play a big part in the farming industry. What we can do in terms of, funny enough, insurance is an example of where the US and the UK lead the world, but there aren't global insurance standards that could, for example, help the world tackle the protection gap, the fact that a lot of people don't have enough insurance and protection. So we were thinking really big. And I think that the same is possible for agriculture, to actually think about where there might be some stretching global standards, whether it's in terms of new kind of GM crops or new standards. What I also absolutely recognise is that it is challenging for all of the reasons that Minette gave in her speech, that we have different views around animal welfare. We are arguably making very different choices, and how we make that work in a trade deal, I think is something where we have to recognise that is going to be challenging. But there is a prize here. If you do believe in the benefits of free trade, and I believe in them passionately, you just have to look at the sweep of history and see the prosperity that's been created. I think using these conversations that we are having, using this unfrozen moment to look hard at possible global standards that really give us a new generation, if you like, of free trade is what I try to set a benchmark on, while recognising there were going to be some difficult conversations to have as well.
And Minette, opportunities for British agriculture from a UK-US
Well,
trade
look,
deal.
it's already a big export market for us. You know, £22 billion worth of UK food is going, a lot of it whiskey, yes, but a lot of pork too, and a lot of other products, £22 billion worth currently going into the US market. So it's the second biggest trade destination for us after the EU, so it remains an important market. And the pluses that I took out of those conversations, of meeting with the USDA, of meeting with the USTR, were that actually, when you talk about the challenges that we face, the US doesn't want to put our farmers out of business. They are, it's fair to say, quite confused about what we're all about and what Brexit means. And, when I talked about the aspiration of some to have higher standards here, they thought, well, I thought you were leaving all of that and you wanted to be more competitive. So I think there is a level of confusion. I met with the president of the Farm Bureau, Zippy Deval, invited him over here. And actually when we talked them through things like usage of antibiotics, the mission to drive down AMR and what we'd achieved, they said, well, yeah, we're right into that too. That means a lot. And the most important thing, as it is here, is going to be building those relationships and building the understanding of why we're saying what we're saying. And the slight frustration for them and for us is that this ends up, and Carolyn and I had a certain amount of this, before you know it, chlorinated chicken comes up as the first word. And actually, when you delve down under that and you have the conversation about values, about what do we want to be in the world, there is a lot of agreement. And of course, you've got 50 states in America. You've got huge difference, from California and Maryland, to Minnesota. President Trump has moved much closer to agriculture, so the support of the Midwest, the build-up to those elections in the autumn, he has agriculture at the forefront. And we were getting this everywhere, weren't they? That agriculture really matters. Of course, they've got their own department. Interesting that the economic growth, Keith Cratch, the Undersecretary who we met, environment sits in there. Environment sits in economic growth. And, they were very bullish about saying to the Germans, which, having worked, of course, as members of COPA for all these years, the US just say it how it is. And they said to the Germans, you've got it all wrong. You guys have got it wrong. France has got it reasonably right. The UK, we don't get that at all, quite where you are at this moment. But we've seen 25% growth in GDP in the last 20 years. It's all about economic growth. And it's interesting as to where President Trump has positioned himself and positioned agriculture in these trade deals. We have to build the relationship and we have to build the opportunity. If we just go into this with, protectionist approach, it isn't going to work. It's about the values that underpin world trade and the chance for us to influence that.
And if I could just sort of add to that, this point about building understanding, I was so struck by that in Washington, that, that whole kind of, two countries divided by a common language, there's a bit of that going on, that they are looking at us and really asking questions. So I met Senator Grassley, who's one of the leading senators on the Hill in terms of leading on trade, leads one of the main committees. And we had a very good conversation around our farming standards, and actually also about the NHS, because they don't really understand why we care so much about the NHS. You have a conversation, you talk in plain English terms, and just the point about the state level opportunities, I think that is huge. And the CBI, we can really help on that. So we met a number of congressmen who were really keen to meet representatives of British business and British agriculture, because they do a lot of their independent trade negotiations. So I think we should be getting out there state by state. Completely agree with Minette about the positioning of farming, but we do have to talk. You know, we have to talk, we have to explain things, hear them from both sides. And I think, again, that's for all of us to be able to play a role in this sort of new era that we're in.
Thank you. We're going to stick with trade with a question from Paul Tompkins. But while, Paul, you just get into position there, Paul's down here, by the way, AV, and could Rebecca Fielding and Bill Kwan make their way to some microphones for when we get on to immigration and labour? That be okay? Thank you. Okay, Paul, take it away.
Hi there, my name's Paul Tompkins. I'm a dairy farmer from the Vale of York. Currently having some respite from wet feet. Panel, what do you consider an Australian deal to be? And is that going to be better or worse for us as farmers than a Canadian one?
Your time starts now.
Well, we hadn't really quite heard of the Australian deal. That was a new one on us. We trade with Australia on WTO terms. I mean, there are interesting trade negotiations going on now, and I think we can hopefully improve on it. But an Australian deal is a relationship that's on WTO terms. And I think that what we all know is that we ought to be able to do an awful lot better than that. And the reason for that actually is there are actually very few relationships in the world that are purely based on WTO. They are kind of rock bottom trade deal. There are tariffs, there is friction, there is a lot of red tape, and we should be aiming to go higher than that. Even on a Canadian deal, we would love to see us being more ambitious on that as well, because that does not have very much on services. And the UK is a tremendous powerhouse in services. These labels aren't always terribly helpful. Again, I think it goes back to the language of negotiations. That's kind of fine, and we understand why that is happening. But I think what we can contribute as a business community is getting behind those labels and saying, actually, we should be aiming for something that makes trade as easy as possible. Australia doesn't quite get us there.
Well, we should be under no illusions. Talking about the Australian deal, the Prime Minister says, well, we've got a deal, we've got the Australian deal. That is code for no deal. That is what it is. It is code for no deal. I don't believe they will ever use no deal again. They will always talk about, well, we have a deal. We have the Australian deal. That's no deal. That's what it is. That is meaning that we leave in January without having agreed a trade deal with the EU. And we trade on WTO terms. Now, interestingly, when we talk about the US, when I made that point in Washington, D.C., I mean, their mouths dropped. But you would leave without a deal when you have that deal? Why would you do that? Why would we do that? I think we are very aligned, all of us now, the business community, farming, food, that leaving on a no-deal scenario would be economically and socially catastrophic. So no deal has not gone away. No deal is now just called the Australian deal, which is actually pretty unfair on Australia that has negotiated a lot of very good trade deals across the world. So it doesn't really do the Australians justice either.
Okay, that's probably all we have time for on trade, although we could talk all day about trade. Thank you to David, Sharon and Paul for your questions. Of course, immigration and labour. It feels like old news now, but it was just last week, because things happen so quickly, don't they? In the news that we heard that the government's point system for immigration will not include low-skilled workers. Of course, the CBI came out against this, and rather marvellously, Rebecca Fielding. Rebecca, are you in place? Yes, wonderful, hi. You have the perfect question. So what's your name, where do you come from, what do you do, and then ask your question.
I'm from Pulsford Farm Dairies in Lancashire. My question today is for both Dame Caroline and Minette. Last week, the government announced a new approach to immigration, which sees a points-based system to control skilled migrants and a small seasonal agricultural scheme for horticultural harvest work. Does the government's immigration approach add up for UK businesses? And what are CBI and the NFU doing to ensure key sectors like farming, social care and business cope with skills shortage in 2021?
Take it away, either of you. It's huge.
Shall I kick off, Minette? Because I think we support your concerns in this area. So the immigration system announced last week, there were some good aspects to it. So we were able to welcome the fact that the skilled visa cap was lifted, the fact that the 30,000 salary cap came down to 25,600. These are all things that we had been calling for. And there are skilled shortage categories that are designed to be flexible in the future. So there's, again, to your question, Penny, about listening, there has been listening. But listen, we are under no illusion that for key sectors of our economy, this is going to be challenging and there needs to be flexibility in the system. So we have many members who are in hospitality, who are in food processing, of course, agriculture and farming. This is actually quite a broad set of concerns that we're reflecting. I think where we come in as the CBI is that we can join them up and take them back into government. Where I think we can be focusing our attention is on where flexibility can be brought to bear on the system. So I was with the Immigration Minister yesterday, Kevin Foster, and we were talking about how the shortage categories could be kept under very, very rapid review, so that if shortages do emerge, and I suspect that they may well, because I know how severe the skill shortages already are, then they can be very quickly added to the skills shortage list. Care workers, for example, aren't included. We know there are 100,000 vacancies as we speak in care. So I think we need to work with what flexibility has been put into the system. And the other thing I would say, and I think we need to keep saying this, is this idea of talking about low-skilled is just wrong. We should be talking about people who have skills, but they're low paid. And this kind of, I've talked to so many members now who are finding that language just really insulting and wrong. So I think that we can work So I think every time we have the opportunity to say that, we should. But we back you completely on your concerns, and we do look forward to working together, Minette, on how we make the most of the flexibility there is in the system.
I mean, it remains, sort of mission critical for us. There are two sides to this. There are seasonal workers, and then there are permanent workers. You look at the level of unemployment, the lowest level of unemployment since 1975, and you look at our big growing counties and you look at the level of unemployment there. I mean, I think in Herefordshire you've got 400 people unemployed and you've got a requirement for 2,500 seasonal workers. So we feel it is very plain. I mean, one of the challenges is that positions keep changing. I am now working with my 6th Secretary of State in DEFRA in 6 years. And of course, ministers continually change in the Home Office. So they're building their understanding of the sector and the complexities is time-consuming and challenging. I don't believe the Migration Advisory Council has been hugely helpful. They've always sort of measured productivity by financial output. Growing has been an enormous success story. The efficiencies that sector, the unsubsidized sector, has achieved have been quite phenomenal. The levels of investment going into mechanization and automation, trying to make sure that we keep this country growing fruit and vegetables. The point that I made about the way we can grow so much more is all put in jeopardy if we can't have access to a global scheme. Now, we've gone from 2,500 to 10,000. And then, of course, you had the care sector saying, well, at least they're thinking. All the lobbying that we've done collectively for the growing sector, at least they're thinking about that, and they have gone to 10,000. But we need to get to 70,000. And we need to do this quickly. We need the commitment quickly. And that doesn't even touch the size of the permanent workforce. When we look at meat, official veterinarians, 95% are from the EU currently, our herdsmen and women. There has been a long-term connection with people coming from Europe to work here. And one of the sadnesses for me is the point that Carolyn makes about this ghastly, binary, polarized point of view that's been taken on skills, talking about high-skilled and low-skilled, talking about low-skilled as if they don't matter. That does two awful things. We were the most preferred country in the whole of Europe to come and work in, and now people don't want to come and work here because they feel less welcome and there are challenges with the exchange rate. But what does it do to the people who are here if we want to empower them to do those jobs, to be talking about low skilled? I think it's abhorrent, and I really, really hope that it changes, and we all will collectively push for the language to change. But I've said for many years now, immigration remains probably one of the most challenging things to get right on Brexit. And it's certainly at the forefront of all of those discussions now. We need to be working together, and we need to talk about skill set, and we just absolutely need to understand the business needs and consumer needs going forwards.
Can I add one more thing? I think the other thing, though, that in terms of just, again, having positive solutions and this kind of sense of how we take answers into government, I do believe that there is a tremendous opportunity for British industry and agriculture to really work on training. And we are in the foothills now of this exceptional revolution in technology and how we use it. And I know that you're grasping it with both hands. But let's talk about that. Let's talk loudly and proudly about the investment that we are making in people, because it's happening everywhere. I see it. I see it in apprenticeships. I see it in all sectors. And that, I think, really, gives us a voice at the table on the immigration debate, because this isn't that we are relying on overseas labour. This is that we are investing in our local skills back home, and we actually need to do both. So let's get both of those streams of thought in everything we talk about with this
Penny,
government.
just very quickly, I can't... Lord Curry, sitting right in front of me, who's done so much to pioneer the skills work in this sector. And of course, for us, we see absolutely this as a huge opportunity. We're all very involved with apprenticeships. We're all very involved in the skills training. That is a huge part of the Sector Food Council, the skills work that our Next Generation Forum, under the leadership of Guy Smith, it's going to be pivotal that we have that skills agenda as part of it. All that work is already happening and is in place. And government, I think, really needs to recognise, the exciting opportunities that there are and what is on offer and what we're already doing. That's the point. We are doing all of this right now.
You must have done something right, because about 5 years ago, when my daughter was going to school on Wear What You Want to Be When You Grow Up Day, she went, "Mummy, I want to go as a farmer." I was blown away by that. I didn't know if it was because she wanted to wear her new dungarees or whether she actually had embraced the idea, but she's open to it. So it's appealing to a domestic market and finding talent that isn't just within a family business or within, a community. We will move it on, because obviously labour and workforces help with the planning for investment, for training, when you can sustain that. Does business recognise that business and farming is the engines for growth for the UK? Because we have the lowest growth we've had for such a long time, and it doesn't look like we're building our way out of it anytime soon. Just a brief answer on that, and then we're going to come to Bill Kwan. Is that you, Bill? Hi.
This has to be the ambition for the next 5 years, is that we turn around our productivity and our growth. And if that is kind of where I think the optimism is coming from in our business community, it is that. Getting to grips with some of the things that have really been holding back our productivity. And I think it is about skills. It is about our infrastructure, the connecting our towns and our cities and our villages. It is about how we make sure that we have innovation across the whole UK. And if we can have a vision and a plan for our country that everybody can get behind, we haven't had that for a while. And that, I think, is the opportunity for the 2020s.
Okay. Bill, it's a growth question, I think, based on infrastructure. But who are you? What do you do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I direct my question to Dame Carolyn? I run with my wife a first-generation tenant farming business fairly close to the agricultural floodplain in southwest Herefordshire. I was delighted when the Conservatives came to power with the promise of £100 billion worth of spending to level up the country.
Yeah.
Where should that spending be as a priority? And as climate-friendly fruit producers, environmental protectors and deliverers of public goods, how close to the top of the queue as we, as farmers, going to be, as opposed to the finance sectors in London and maybe HS2? Thank you.
So the levelling up agenda of this government, I think, is absolutely terrific. And actually, one of the first things I did when I joined the CBI 5 years ago is we did a big piece of work looking at the productivity of different regions and tried to understand why they were so very different. Why the productivity of Blackpool is a quarter of the productivity of London, for example, and why neighbouring towns and cities also have such differing productivity, because that affects living standards. And so we have been passionate supporters of how we unlock growth outside London. And I think that the answers, they're not simple, and some of them are long-term, but honestly, education and skills is absolutely fundamental. It came out at the top of all of our lists. We haven't got it right as a country in terms of how we educate our kids to 16, the opportunities we provide in vocational and technical training going into the workplace. And then we've got a massive opportunity, I think, which is for lifelong learning. And let's get that really cracking across the UK. One of the great things about education and skills is it can be done quickly. We know that from schools turnaround. The second is infrastructure. We do want to see the rails and the roads of our country to be fundamentally upgraded. And I know that's a very important thing for your industry. We back it completely. There is a lot of money ready to be invested. Crowded in from the private sector would be our call to action. Government can't do this on its own. And then the third thing, I think, is using that impetus of climate change to get the innovation across our country. And again, outside London, we're quite struck that 2/3 of innovation spending is currently in the southeast. Let's find ways to get it out across the country, working with local universities. So those would be our top three on our hit list.
Well, I think I made the point in my speech. You know, we just see this as an enormous opportunity to have a complete reset on water infrastructure. You know, it is unsustainable to carry on sourcing the amount of fruit and veg that we are. And every member of society, whatever age group you are, we are all told that we are not eating enough fruit and vegetables. But I look at the challenges in many parts of this country, particularly in Norfolk, around abstraction. We have to be able to plan, pay, and ultimately be able to move, store water, pay farmers for storing water, and move water around the country. You know, we have effectively a third world system in this country for how we manage water at the moment, and you've got communities that have been absolutely devastated on the back of that. So we've absolutely made the case to the Prime Minister. This £100 billion investment is really welcome, but we've got to be looking at rural infrastructure. We've got to be looking at connectivity, and it's an opportunity to drive those changes that are needed. You know, there's talk of now definitely moving Treasury to the north, or parts of Treasury to the north. You know, there's a new voter on board that government is going to have to reach out to. For us, we published our flooding manifesto in 2012. We relaunched it again with the now chairman of the Environment Agency, Emma Howard-Boyd, in 2016. Nothing has changed, and it absolutely has to change. It is not going to be possible to continue as we are. There are many farmers in this audience who have had the most abysmal winter ever, that have suffered massive disruption, unprecedented disruption, and it has to change. We cannot carry on as we are. So we will be making that case to really land that infrastructure investment coming out beyond urban areas, so we are prioritising agricultural land where we need to, and the opportunities that it brings with it, Bill.
Okay, we are slowing down on the amount of time we have, and it's not a climate reference at all. But let's move into climate change very briefly, unfortunately. And we have had a question from Richard Tucker. I'm going to sort of précis it now for time, to keep time on our side. Both of you, both the NFU and the CBI, have been at the forefront of businesses' commitment to contribute to the UK being net zero by 2050. In fact, the NFU is down to 2040. How's that played out amongst members? Is it doable? It's so ambitious.
Look, I know many of our members are challenged. I feel challenged. I feel concerned. But if you want to open doors and influence thinking, you have to be ambitious. So farming, you know, was locked out of those conversations. Farming was deemed to be 10% of emissions. And I looked at what was happening to other countries around the world. I looked at what was happening in New Zealand, whereby they were being, as farmers, dictated to. And of course, in New Zealand, they're 50%, agriculture's 50% of emissions. Agriculture, I think, it has such an opportunity. We are a source of emissions, but we are a sink. So we are the one industry that can do something about it. And there will be a massive value to farming carbon. Every consumer, I think, is going to become far more savvy about wanting climate-friendly food. And we have the climate to grow grass and to grow in general. We have a phenomenal climate that other parts of the world don't have. So export opportunities from what we're not consuming here for people that want to be able to buy climate-friendly food. So I think it's a huge example. It also really drives the whole productivity aspect that we were talking about.
Exactly.
So farming, with ever smarter, on less land, with less inputs, better for the business, and agricultural policy must recognise, it's law. Theresa May, I think it was a very clever move on her part. Before she went, she laid the gauntlet down to future prime ministers, and particularly to Boris Johnson, to deliver that legislation pathway by 2050. We have a new policy on the table. We have an opportunity to make sure that we are leading the world, and we need to grab it effectively with both hands, because it gets you back to the core business.
Just briefly, Carolyn, the new business secretary, Alok Sharma, is also the newly appointed president of the COP Conference on Climate Change in Glasgow in November, if coronavirus doesn't stop that. Is that a good thing that he does both? Because normally it's the Environment Secretary who would run with something like that.
I think it's a really good thing, actually. I think the COP26 opportunity is absolutely fantastic. I agree. It is a bit scary to have planted a 2050 flag, or in your case, a 2040 flag. Fantastic. But we have this opportunity of bringing 30,000 people to Glasgow at the end of the year and showcasing what this country can do. We've had this extraordinary miracle in offshore wind just recently. We've got cost per kilowatt hour down below £40. No one thought we could do it, and through good government and good business, we have done it. If we take that into your sector, into manufacturing, into heating, we can do it. And one of the lessons of the last 3 decades is, although politics has moved too slowly, technology has overperformed in every decade. And that is the opportunity. If we get our innovation really humming, and we could use COP26, and actually I think having it sitting in the business department is a very good thing.
Okay. Final word to you, Minette, because we are done now. We've got a chance in 2020 to build an invigorated vision for farming and horticulture. You mentioned the need for a horticultural revolution. Are your members ready for that?
They absolutely are, and we have the most phenomenal horticultural board under the leadership of Ali Kappa, who will be known to everybody in this room, who's been such a strident and ambitious voice on future workforce. But this sector, I am always blown away when I go out to growing businesses. They have been a phenomenal sector in how they've delivered. You just walk into any retailer and look throughout the seasons, asparagus, strawberries, apples, all the vegetables. I mean, it's been such a success story. And I think with the climate that we have plentiful supply of water. There is a real opportunity to drive this horticultural revolution, but it needs to have an ambitious government that recognises this sector. This sector feels on the cliff edge. They really do. They are petrified. These are massive, massive businesses. You look at the farm gate value within them, they are huge, and yet, a very, very small percent of farming. So this is the opportunity of our time. We really want government to be excited about it, because it is an incredibly exciting industry, and it stands such an opportunity to grow. So let's hope that it happens. It needs to happen. It needs to happen as much as anything else. Forget the growers. Many of them have businesses in other parts of the world. But this is about our nation's health. This is about us as individuals. This is about getting people back to buying local, valuing your food, being able to produce more of that fruit and veg here. So this is in the national, what could be more in the national interest? That's why I made the point about, this really matters to our economy, to our health, to our environment. We've got all these guys, they're the solution to it all. Let's get on and do it and drive the agenda.
Would you please run for Prime Minister?
No. Never a career in politics.
Thank you.
This one is fine.
I have really, really enjoyed my time with you. I hope you have too. Thank you so much, Minette and Carolyn, for your time. Thank you to our audience members for their questions. And please keep up the good work. I'm so impressed and loving this. Thank you all very much. Big round of applause.
Dame Carolyn, Penny, thank you so much. It's now time, for those of you that are fed up with trade, fed up with heavy-duty politics, prepare to be inspired, because I think this is one of the most exciting things that the NFU has done in a very long time. We set up NFU Education in 2017, a complete game changer for us to be employing former teachers and driving this ambition to have agriculture as part of STEM learning, to be getting all of our schools to be having farming on the curriculum, to be learning about food production, to be empowering children. And you saw it on the opening video. It's just been so rewarding, that engagement in schools. And of course, now we've got the rollout into secondary schools and the myth-busting and training of farmers to go in and have those conversations. So we are short on time. Be prepared to be blown away by what happens now. It gives me enormous pleasure to introduce to you our NFU Education lead, Joshua Payne.
Good morning, conference. Very excited to be here this morning. When given this opportunity to speak to you, I'd rather pass the buck in a little way, because I put together a cast of people actually to come and tell you the story of what we have been doing for the last 2.5 years. I started with the NFU in September 2017, and gosh, hasn't that time flown by. But what was very clear to me when we started was that, as an ex-teacher and as someone who then worked in the engineering sector for around 5 years, is that we needed to be relevant to teachers. We needed to save them time. We needed to make sure what we were doing was already linking to the national curriculum. And there was a fantastic opportunity, especially within the STEM subjects, which are science, technology, engineering, and maths. I will repeat that a couple of times this morning because it comes up regularly, and there's a lot of reasons for that we'll cover. But the first guest I'd love to introduce to you is Sally Spicer. She's a senior teaching fellow at the University of Warwick. Sally goes way back with our education team. Before she even knew that she was going to be working with the NFU, she was in fact teaching our education manager, Jenny Devine, primary science. She was then part of my interview panel as part of my role. And it's a fantastic relationship that we have with the University of Warwick, one of the greatest teaching schools in England and Wales. So I would like you all to welcome, please, Sally Spicer.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Have I got my slides? I've got the slides, that's working. I'd like to start by just sharing a quotation from the current primary science national curriculum. High quality science education provides the foundations for understanding the world, something I would totally agree with as passionate about both science and science education. I'm going to set the scene a little bit with the context from Josh's kind introduction. And words that I want to just put out there to you is this science capital. It's been a bit of a buzzword for the last 7 years, and it stems from some research that all of us have a certain amount of science capital, depending on the science we know, who you know related to science, how you think about science, and what you do that's science related. That whole door model, or rucksack model, is in the academic research papers. But what we're aware of in science education is that we have a responsibility to develop our young children and young people with understanding. And that science capital makes a massive impact in children's choices for careers. Unfortunately, the research in 2013, the Aspires research, looking to inspire children in the STEM subjects, found a number of things. Firstly, there's a continuing stereotypical view of what a scientist is, often white, middle-aged man with fuzzy hair, and that perpetuates. Also, there's a view held by a lot of people, a lot of young people, that science just isn't for them, that it's too hard. We've also found there's a great lack of understanding of where science might lead as a career, where it tended to be limited to a doctor, a vet, a teacher. But of course, there are numerous careers that need science and develop from science, whether that's technical, whether it's agriculture, farming, or science related. And the most disturbing piece of evidence from that research was looking at a large number of children in the UK from age 10 to 14, that if they weren't switched onto science by the time they left primary school to age 11, it was too late. What happened at secondary school didn't then switch them onto science and potential career. So many children, although they enjoyed science, did not see a value of taking it post-16 or haven't done. So what do we do? Challenges and solutions. Well, the first challenge is that for primary teachers, they're generalist teachers. They teach every subject of the national curriculum to their children. And sometimes, well, there are very few primary teachers who are science specialists, who perhaps have a science degree or have worked previously in science in some way. Many will have science to GCSE or O-level in old currency, but will not have taken it further. So they can lack confidence in their own subject knowledge. That lack of confidence and lack of subject knowledge can sometimes mean that they lack expertise in delivering science, which is such a practical subject. If there's a nervousness or lack of confidence in teachers, that can potentially restrict our children in their development and progress. That's actually compounded by the fact that the timetable in most primary schools limits to science to less than 2 hours per week on the timetable. So it's not a lot of time. So, and that research is national data has provided that research. But how does that fit with you? Josh has already alluded to that NFU education involved. And I want to just bring a bit of farming here. This is British potatoes, a photo taken at my local supermarket in Leicester a couple of weeks ago. Some research was done. The British Nutrition Foundation programme did a survey of 27,500 children between the age of 5 and 16 in May 2013 in over 3,000 schools. And there were some totally shocking findings. Big questionnaire. One of the questions was asking, where do potatoes grow? Where do we find potatoes? And 19% of our 5 to 8-year-olds, this 27,500 sample, thought that potatoes grew above the ground, whether it was in a tree, a bush, a vine. And shockingly, that figure only falls to 10%. So 10% of our 11-year-olds still think that potatoes are above ground. Well, one of the reasons this is a disengagement from the natural awareness of where we get our food from. And the fact that many children purely see their food, even fresh food, sanitised in plastic bags, all cleaned up. So what can we do to help alleviate and direct our young people both onto science, but potentially then onto farming? One of the organisations, one I'm very involved with, is the Association for Science Education, which promotes excellence in science education, teaching and learning. And we work with many different partners and have an ear to the DFE as well. But one of the ways that the ASC works is with lots of partner STEM organisations and facilitating, amongst other things, quality continuing professional development. And that quality CPD is so important for bringing up those subject knowledge and confidence levels of the teachers who are teaching. And alongside quality CPD, we have quality resources. And those resources which will engage children, will excite children, and support the teachers in delivering that engagement and excitement of the science curriculum. And I've been fortunate to work with the NFU over the last few years in supporting them on steering group and various other ways in developing some specific very high quality resources, which the ASE has also supported, which is part of what the NFU education team have been developing alongside, and which we'll hand over to now, because I think they're going to have the more exciting part when we've got the specifics that are most relevant for the NFU in the classroom. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And I invited Sally here today because I really wanted to give you a context of where I arrived at 2.5 years ago. The fact that there is a need for good quality science education. And I know we're talking about science a lot, and that's important because as soon as I started with the NFU, it was clear in my mind. Farming is a science. It's one of the most ancient sciences of all time, if you look at growing and rearing animals, as well as the most technological and innovative industries out there at the moment. There is a fantastic opportunity here to inspire young people around the world of food and farming through the lens of science and STEM. We've spoken to the Department for Education. They also think this is a fantastic approach. And one of the things that was really exciting with our Farm Venture competition is they, in fact, tweeted out about the competition twice from their official account, which is about as close as you can get for an official endorsement these days from the DFE. So where did we go with this? We had this need to increase science capital, to get children also to understand where their food came from and how that was relevant to them. So one of the first projects of many that we'll go through today was our Farm Venture competition. This launched in September 2018. And the idea of this was to inspire primary school children, so ages 4 to 11, to let them see actually the amazing innovation that's happening within farming, what farmers are doing for the environment, what farmers are doing that's actually changing their world around them and putting food on their plate. So they have the opportunity to take part in one of 3 challenges. Each year we do 3 different challenges, looking at different areas, trying to cover as many sectors as possible, looking at machinery, looking at food provenance, looking this year, for example, at wool and sustainable fabrics and weaving in that environmental message. And alongside that, we support the teachers with free resources created in partnership with the Association for Science Education so that we can give them that specific farming and science knowledge to equip them in their classroom to talk about these kind of subjects. Now, I could talk a little bit more about that, but instead, I'm really, really excited to invite our next guests, plural. They've come quite a long way today. They are Ronald Ross School, and they are from Wandsworth. I think it's the first time we've ever had some children and young people come onto the stage. So I'd like to give you all to give a huge welcome for Ronald Ross Primary School. Right, we have some very, very exciting guests here. One in particular, who I will say is the most exciting, which is a bit mean to the rest of them, but she's rather special. So can you let us know your name?
Afifa Haruna.
And Afifa, why have you come today to visit NFU Conference 2020 and speak to all of these people?
Because I'm the winner of Farm Venture.
Indeed, so Afifa's brought some friends with her as well. They've been working on something rather special for you. What have you been working on for NFU Conference 2020?
We have been working on a video to show how life has changed at Ronald Ross since the Farm Venture competition.
Fantastic. Should we get them to roll VT and show your amazing video on the screen?
We have won a FIFA on the NFU competition. Oh yeah, I entered as well and made that hen have to make a flock of 100 hens happier. Yeah, and 2 of our friends made a British healthy snack.
tractor of the future won the national NFU competition. I became an instant celebrity at Ronald Ross Primary School.
Can you believe the NFU turned our little city school into a farm for a day?
What was your favourite part of our farm day?
Feeding the chicks.
I like milking the cow.
Feeding the animals. Touching the alpacas. Dealing with the horses. Naming the lambs. I like making great flags. Feeding the ducks. Stroking the horses. Making the bug hotel. How has winning the NFU competition changed life at Ronald Ross Primary School? We now have bug hotels and bird houses in our brand new garden.
As you can see, there's not much growing on our roof garden at the moment, but soon we'll be planting seeds, and when we have a harvest, we will be sharing meals at school.
We'd like to thank the NFU for bringing Ronald Ross Primary School robotic equipment and a set of drones to help us with our coding.
We enjoy reading about current farming issues in our monthly British Farmer and Grower magazine, a legacy for our library.
All agree that that was absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, children, for bringing that to show us. But obviously, none of that would have been achieved without the support of the amazing staff at Ronald Ross. So can I just go to you, Brenda, and ask you about your experience of the Farmvention competition?
Thank you. I do just want to thank our site manager, Gary Groves, who actually put the video together. He's just absolutely amazing, and he worked really well with the children to do the storyboarding and put the video together for them. So I just wanted to say that. It is an honor to be here today and to speak to all of you. It's just such an honor for the children to be invited to come, and particularly since we're here, it's the first time we've had children at your conference. So it's just a delight. The children are growing up in a time where information is available to them instantly. Anything they want to research, anything they want to read is at their fingertips. And we do have a beautiful new building full of new technology, and it's just a great time for them. But we do feel that live learning is the best opportunity for them. So when the team here organized a trip to Manor Farm in Surrey, where the children were able to have a hands-on experience, was life-changing. No amount of YouTube clips or research on the internet is ever going to compete with that live learning. Lawrence and Paula Matthews at Manor Farm hosted us for a fantastic day where the children got to meet the belted Galloway herd. And I think they were just about to go into calving, so it was really exciting. The children were able to go into the hen house and collect eggs. They met baby lambs. One of the, I think, most impactful parts of the day was when the children were able to see the different crops that are grown and how they make their way into the cereals and the foods that we eat every day. So giving them the opportunity to really learn how the food that they eat comes from the farm to the plate. And I think that's really important for children who grow up in tower blocks in the middle of a very busy city. As you said earlier in your clip, that they don't really realize is where the food is coming from and not understanding what goes into it. So our roof garden, where they're able to actually plant and harvest, is a real legacy for them to continue with their farming venture. We're really fortunate to continue our relationship with Manor Farm, as we'll be taking an annual trip with our Year 3 children to the farm. Obviously, one of the highlights for this particular group was the invitation to the Farmvention finals at the Houses of Commons, and being able to enjoy being in the terrace pavilion and meeting children from all over the country. And it was such an honor for them to be there. And then the anticipation building as we were waiting to hear the announcer. And then as soon as FIFA was announced the winner, she just became an instant celebrity. It was fantastic. Going forward, we have, as Josh was saying, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics approach is a real natural way for the children to problem solve and address issues that are not just in farming, but general. It's an approach that we've adopted at Ronald Ross. We've really taken hold of the STEM approach, and we've added art to make it the STEAM approach. And it's just fantastic. And we do hope that we will continue to work with the NFU and that we have a long-term relationship with school and the NFU. So thank you very much. And I do apologize for being so nervous.
Thank you so much, Brenda. That was so lovely to hear. And can I hand over to you, Abby, about the legacy of bringing farming into your school and how it's impacted on your school community?
Sure. Well done, Brenda. I don't think I got much to add to what you had to say. I apologise, because I did say to you, it's just like doing an assembly. Of course, it's much scarier. So, I mean, there isn't much to add, except to say, if we really want our children to engage with a curriculum that includes the environment and the issues that our young people are becoming so aware of now, what better way to do it than by thinking about food production? And I think that goes for the whole local community. I think from the moment that the alpacas and the tractor arrived in school, their curiosity was piqued, you know, and that is at the most basic level, it's about getting children to think about that. And as future consumers, and who knows, future farmers, that's got to be a real priority for us in school. So the generosity and patience shown by you, I don't know if any of you were there on the day, giving your time and bringing your animals perhaps and your equipment, but really it was astonishing, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because that is a day that the children will remember forever with a lasting legacy. So thank you very much.
Can I ask conference to give us one large, very loud round of applause for Ronald Ross School? So that, I hope, gives you insight into our Farmvention competition. It has been a massive success. We've had, over the last 2 years, over the 2 competitions, we've had around 2,000 entries. We've worked with hundreds of schools, literally thousands of children, all getting them to see the importance of food and farming within the context of science, technology, engineering, and math. And that is exactly what we're about. We're about highlighting to children, as well as teachers, actually how well this can fit with the national curriculum. Jenny is our education manager. She joined us around 18 months ago. She's a former maths and English lead. And when she started, we saw a fantastic opportunity, an idea that Jenny pitched and has, quite frankly, run with in an amazing way, of actually how now, after a competition that runs one term every school year, how can we make sure that actually food and farming is within the curriculum in the classroom on a daily basis in the way that teachers can use it? So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Jenny to tell us about our Farming STEMterprise project.
Thank you.
So Farming STEM Enterprise, it's a range of cross-curricular STEM projects that are available. It gives teachers the opportunity to use food and farming as an engaging context for their STEM teaching. And the way that we do this is that we challenge the children to set up their own farm shop business and to design, develop, make and market a brand new food product. And using this process, we can then weave food and farming into the teaching of the national curriculum and then tailor it to each of the year groups for primary school children. So for example, there's a lot more involved, but just as an example, we teach some of the science objectives on the curriculum when the children are deciding which crop they're going to grow, and then when they grow and care for their own ingredients. We cover maths when the children have to work within a budget when they're buying their ingredients, and then deciding on a selling price for their product and also calculating their expected profit. And we also cover design technology when the children learn about nutrition when they're developing their healthy recipes, and then the practical side of it where they're developing the knife skills so that they can safely prepare their food product. So it's a really engaging and well-rounded project that children and teachers have really enjoyed. The importance of backing British farming is incorporated all the way through the project. So children learn all about looking for the red tractor, they learn about food provenance and the importance of buying local produce. So the primary science community have been they've received it well. It's been really well received. We've had a lot of good feedback from it. It's had green tick accreditation from the Association for Science Education, and we were very recently shortlisted for a BET Award, which was a really significant achievement in the first year of rolling out the projects. The way that we've got it into primary schools has been through teacher training workshops. So the idea with that is we get the teachers to experience a very condensed version of the project and then think about how they might incorporate it into their teaching going forward. We've trained over 1,000 teachers using those workshops, and they're always very lively and exciting, and we've had, again, good feedback from them. But obviously we want to check, we want to get feedback, we want to make sure that what we're doing fits the needs of schools, and so we recently commissioned a study, a piece of research into the first 100 schools that took up the project and used Farming STEM Enterprise in their schools. And so the following video just shows some of the key findings from that survey, but also gives you a chance to see Farming STEM Enterprise, some of the activities in use in the classroom. Thank you.
National Farmers Union has produced lots of free resources for schools to use that show children where their food comes from and talks about sustainability and how that can be taught across the curriculum.
So the resources can be used in a STEM week or enterprise week. They can also be used at the teacher's discretion over a term or half term. They can be used as afternoon lessons or can be put into your everyday maths and English lessons.
Since launching in January 2019, the NFU education team have travelled all over the UK demonstrating the relevance of food and farming to primary school children.
Experimenting with heat and how solids turn to liquid and how liquids can turn to solid. We made a digestive system and we mashed together crackers and banana and orange juice and water, and then we pulled it down and tight and it came out the other end as poop.
I was making butter, like measuring cream, and then I put it in a little tub and then shook it.
We've been doing some cooking. It was really fun. We made some tarts. They had cheese and sweet corn. It was so good.
profile and then we're labeling it, and we're trying to make like a movie on how the bees collect the pollen.
We've had loads of teachers here this afternoon doing the STEM Enterprise training. We'll have a fantastic time, and we're all looking forward to getting back into schools and getting started on using their resources for all our children.
In our community, we have a range of pupils, some from the farming community and others from inner city Chester. So these STEM Enterprise resources have just been wonderful for us.
So I think it's really important for children. They've become detached from the process of producing food and growing food and where food comes from, and so that they genuinely don't have any idea. It's just something that's bought in a packet at the supermarket, and it's really important for children to know where it comes from. We're going to continue to explore what the National Farming Union have got to offer, and to see how we can implement that across the age ranges and across the curriculum.
So Jenny alluded to the BET Awards. I'd just like to expand on that a little tiny bit. The BET Awards is part of the largest educational conference in Europe. When I started NFU, I had heady heights, heady ambitions, not just to have the best resources within farming, but the best resources sector-wide within education. We weren't overall winners, but the fact that we were alongside the likes of the BBC in terms of the quality of our resources, with a project that was only just over a year old at the time, I felt was phenomenal. The overall winner, Encounter Edu, do live streams from the Arctic. Yes, so there we go. But so the fact that we are there amongst those kind of other resource providers, self-funded, this is all funded by the NFU. So all of you here today, and I think that is a fantastic news story actually that we do that, and it's one of the things that teachers sometimes wonder why it is free, and it's why we've gone to the efforts of getting the resources accredited, because actually it's something that is fantastic, and there's a little bit of trepidation, shall we say, about a resource that is this good when it costs nothing, and it's what's the catch. Just to give you an idea, a certain well-known chef does a food programme that costs £400 for the schools to invest in. We're giving this to schools for free, so it is a public good that is being delivered by the NFU as well. So I hope you'll agree that our offering for primary schools, Farmvention, Farming STEM Enterprise, are doing tremendously well. Around the middle of last year, we started to look and talk about secondary education. What are the challenges with teenagers? I'm sure lots of you who've got teenagers can give you a long list. But in general for us, how do we reach that group? We could follow the curriculum route. That can be challenging though, because you've got a lot of different exam boards. Where do you go? You can go down the science route, absolutely, but then you may have to cater for different exam boards. You could go down the geography route. But one of the things that was coming up time and time again was actually the preconceptions, misconceptions that teenagers were starting to have around agriculture. They're a social media generation. They're already beyond Facebook and Twitter conference. They think that that's old hat and that's boring. TikTok is the latest thing, apparently, if anyone's seen that. Viral videos. I won't pretend to know too much about it. But what we saw was an opportunity, actually, something that is missed by a lot of teenagers in this country, which is they've never actually met a farmer before. They have questions to ask farmers. They have heard some myths around food and farming. And we launched our Speakers for Schools project. Around last November, we trained around 100 farmers. And rather, again, than me talking you through this, I would like to invite to the stage Alice and Charlotte, who are two of our willing volunteers, shall we say, and have gone up and above here, because not only have they done the training delivered to a school, they are now here at conference to tell you about their experience. So I'd like you to welcome onto the stage Charlotte and Alice.
So the NFU Speakers for Schools is a fantastic new initiative aimed at giving secondary school students access to the voices of modern farming and to challenge the misconceptions and preconceptions they may have about agriculture here in the UK, in hope of bringing an end to the myths that so often surround our industry. Lottie and I have really enjoyed our time so far taking part in this programme, and we're really excited to see it continue to develop. Our training started in London last November, where Josh, our NFU Education Manager, and Paul Taylor-McCartney, an expert in teacher training, began to prepare us for our new role as NFU presenters. Speaking to a group of teenagers can be a daunting task, and it was absolutely vital that we delivered professionally and concisely. Paul was a brilliant mentor and gave us all the confidence to harness our passion for the industry and deliver it through a presentation that would start a positive conversation about the way in which our food is produced. The presentation tackles the idea of myth busting, and the farming fact checker looks at 3 inaccurate beliefs. Firstly, that agriculture causes more emissions globally than transport. Secondly, that British farmers don't care about their animal welfare. And finally, that a plant-based diet is a better option for athletes. And these are key issues that I think are very prominent in the lives of teenagers today. It was great to see such a diverse range of farming ambassadors volunteering their time for this initiative, which I think we can all agree is at such a crucial time for our industry. Together, we refined our presentation skills and discussed the interactive presentation template that we would use. But arguably the most important part of the day was working on developing our personal story to make us more relatable, to show that we are real people who care deeply about the countryside, the livestock, and the environment that we live in and manage. Much to our amusement, the first school in contact was based in Kent, and so I'll leave Lottie to tell you more about our first assembly.
So, at the beginning of the new year, we travelled to a secondary school in Wye Village from our farms near Maidstone. We were welcomed by members of staff, and the initial reception felt really positive. It was a surprise to them that we were both young women, but they were excited to show the students a different side to the stereotypical farmer. We gave an assembly to a small group of just 200 11 to 13-year-olds, and both students and staff quickly engaged with us more than we anticipated, which we found really motivating. The presentation is a working document, and it will evolve over time. However, the range of ways in which it interacts with children proved to be a useful way of ensuring maximum engagement. They listened, got involved, and questioned, which made it feel like we had achieved what we set out to do. Time was a limiting factor, and getting the presentation completed was a stretch, especially considering the volume of questions we were faced with at the end. Interestingly, most questions were livestock related, with a particular focus on our pest management and our policies for dealing with sick or injured animals. The students were clearly aware of the hard issues we face as farmers and how these are portrayed in the media. It was rewarding to see that the students felt comfortable to ask good questions, and they were happy to receive honest answers. Overall, we believe that the project has scope to make a difference. It has the ability to cover huge ground and to reach out to high numbers of impressionable young people, starting a conversation about the truth behind the work we do as British farmers, to knock back the false advertisement that in the world's media, and showing the overwhelming pride we have for our industry.
So there you have it, only a little bit of work since September 2017, eh? And what amazes me actually is that I am constantly out talking to farmers, talking to teachers, talking to the general public about this. This is a fantastic good news story. One of my favourite things to do is at teaching conferences is to wait and then drop the bombshell that the resources are free of charge. And then when they ask why, I say because we've got 46, almost 47,000 members who believe this is important for your school and they want to help you. They want children to learn about the environment, where their food comes from, an amazing technological, innovative career that they could be part of. And that is opened with open arms constantly. The main problem we have at the moment for speakers for schools actually is that teachers like it too much, and at the moment we're putting things into place to let us scale that up so we can go to even more secondary schools. So I'm going to leave conference with just one ask of you. Behind me there is a web address on the screen. There's also our social media accounts. So to date we've engaged around 2,500 teachers, not bad, over kind of 100 a month. Around half of those have come through digital marketing that's worked very effectively. However, the other half have come through people power. We've got a fantastic organisation here, one that actually can start to shout about this, something we are providing for children and young people in schools across the country, something that will support their learning, that will help teachers in their classroom to save time, to improve their science teaching. We're offering that fantastic teacher training. We're offering these really high quality resources. I am sure that everyone in this room will know at least one teacher, someone with parents of primary school age children, a school governor. Let's spread this story. Let's get this into as many schools as possible. Let's get farming at the heart of the curriculum. Thank you very much, conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree this is incredibly important work that we've just heard about, helping the next generation understand where their food comes from and maybe, who knows, inspiring that next generation to join our fantastic industry. So a huge thank you to the home team, to Josh and to Jenny from NFU Education, but also to Sally from the University of Warwick, to Charlotte and Alice, and of course to Abby and Brenda from Ronald Ross Primary School. But above all, a massive thank you to the children who've joined us today. It's no mean feat standing in front of 1,400 people when you're a 40-something. If you've got to do it when you're 10 years old, then you must be quite something. So please, let's give all of our presenters a really big hand. So we now break for lunch. Conference resumes in here again at 2 p.m. with the session on safeguarding standards. So enjoy lunch and we'll see you later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. NFU Conference is due to start.
Good afternoon, conference. It is great to be stood here this afternoon and to be chairing this session on standards. We heard very powerfully this morning from Minette, and before you say it, Guy, that's my attempt at being creepy, and also from Carolyn, the importance of standards going forward. And we have a great panel this afternoon who can start to get under the skin of what we mean by that. How we can use our standards, arguably, to influence not just what happens here, but how we can use our seat at the WTO going forward to influence the future of trade and standards around the world. And I'm delighted to be joined on the panel as well by Nick von Westenholz. One of the things that you find as you get more and more involved in the NFU is the sheer depth and breadth of talent we have within the staff. And it's a pleasure to have Nick holding my hand mentally rather than physically this afternoon. So our first speaker is David Henning. David is a genuine leading authority when it comes to trade policy. He is the director of UK Trade Policy Project at the European Centre for International Political Economy. David, it is great to have you with us, and we very much look forward to hearing what you've got to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and what a pleasure, what a great day to be talking about trade policy and food standards on the day it was revealed that not only the US, but also the EU want us to sign up to their standards in return for a trade deal. So it's all on us. It's all on Nick, actually, to decide what to do. And you're in very good hands, actually, with Nick. I have many good conversations with him. As Stuart said, I'm David Hennig. My job is an analyst and commentator on UK trade matters to think about the future as well. Sometimes I think my job is to be the biggest troublemaker that government can have, to make trouble so that people like Nick, Minette, the National Farmers Union seem moderate so that when they go in, they think, well, thank God they're not as much trouble as that David Hennig. After this morning, I don't think I can do that, so let's try to instead talk about trade policy. Can't follow Minette's lead there. So let's just talk about trade policy. What I'm going to talk about is what we can and can't do on trade policy, but more importantly, what we should do, what the UK government should do, and what role the National Farmers Union can play within that. And that's because Brexit has happened. You may be happy, you may be sad about that, you may just have your day-to-day life to get on with, but from a trade point of view, we're now on our own. Notwithstanding that everybody wants something from us, we have to get this right for the UK. We have to move from talk to action. That's what we see the government doing now. We hope it is going to be to do the right thing. And it's important to be clear, Brexit does not mean absolute freedom, and nor would we want it to mean that. Because we want to be able to trade, we want others to be able to recognise the quality of our products, and buy them without requiring extensive checks, and we want to be able to import safe food where we can't produce enough of what UK consumers want. At the same time, we don't want to undercut farmers in terms of food production methods. We don't want to undermine rural areas. We don't want to hamper our thriving food and drink sector or affect the reliability of our food supply. So trade policy has to fit in. This is complex stuff. We don't have the full freedom to set it all, but what government does will have a big impact on the future of farming in the UK. The global trade rules we remain part of, particularly the World Trade Organization, are a limitation. They allow us plenty of scope to pursue our own interests, but not completely. The politics. How other countries think currently that perhaps we're vulnerable, perhaps we're desperate to sign their deals and we'll do exactly what they want. Well, we better show that we're not desperate, that we have our standards that we want to maintain. And above all, what I'm going to talk about, the objectives. Government is negotiating on behalf of all of us, and it's important, therefore, to be absolutely clear on what they want. And that means groups like the NFU being a part of that. It means forming a consensus about what is the right path for the UK in the future. And that's something that I know that the NFU team are really concerned with and are contributing as much as they are able to. I think they should be able to contribute more. Little message for government. So, first of all, just to talk about global trade rules. We've left the EU. We're no longer a party to their rules, or we are this year, but we won't be necessarily next year. But we are a party to World Trade Organization rules. We're a party to their tariffs if we don't have other agreements with countries, other free trade agreements. And as those rules apply to agriculture, there's plenty of controversy. It's not completely clear what it is that we're able to do and not. What is very clear, one thing though, is that we can't discriminate on any arbitrary grounds against anyone else's farm produce, and they shouldn't discriminate against ours. Product standards for food must be set on the basis of scientific evidence on the grounds of what is safe. WTO law does support the EU's precautionary principle in case the evidence is insufficient to make a judgment. But if the products are safe and like those of our own market, we should allow them access. And it's quite important that the EU lost a case on allowing hormone-treated beef from the US, but they still don't allow it in. What happened was they had to give an extra quota of high-quality beef instead. But it's important to know that we are subject to those rules. Now, I'm not going to go into the disputes of scientific evidence on whether washing chicken in chlorine is safe, or indeed the entire production method. Others are rather more expert than me. But what I can say is that it's not just about the food product, it is about the production methods. We can potentially introduce rules around animal welfare in the UK, though this is relatively untested in WTO law. There are clauses that allowing us to put in measures to protect human or animal or plant life or health, or indeed there's an interesting clause to safeguard public morals. Not entirely sure what that might mean. These can't be used in an overtly discriminatory way, but the outcome of previous WTO disputes suggests that if they're non-discriminatory, we can do them. We can also draw on rules as implemented by other members. So what this all means is, don't be discriminatory, don't be arbitrary, but set the rules that work for us, and then that others have to follow when they want to access our market. So we have that choice. Do we carry on with the approach we've inherited from the EU? Do we adopt the US standards, as seems to be often floated? Or perhaps do we do our own thing? And that's the thing that I actually think we should be doing, is working out our own path. And that's where I think there's very strong grounds. So I agree with the NFU argument that we should introduce a commission on the whole subject of what our food rules should be, because this is a complex subject that we've got to get right. Having said which, timing is obviously a problem. The government wants to conclude deals with the EU and the US this year. We haven't got much time, so I'm hoping if the government is going to get a policy position properly on this, it will do so soon. So, talking about those trade deals, No government aspires only to trading on WTO terms, or at least I don't think any government does. It's possible that the UK government does. It's getting a little hard to follow. Most governments want to reduce tariffs because tariffs on food in particular are really high. And if we don't have a deal with the EU, we're going to face tariffs on our exports to the EU, which could potentially make them completely uncompetitive in the EU market. Our trade is at risk without a deal with the EU. The UK government has committed that 80% of our trade should be covered by free trade agreements by 2022. That has to mean trade agreements with the US and the EU. And you can't do trade agreements with either the EU or the US without satisfying their agricultural communities. We've also prioritised Australia and New Zealand, and guess what their main focus is in free trade agreements? Agriculture. So, always round, everything points back to getting this subject right. We're talking with agricultural exporters. They want to reduce tariffs to our market. They think, rightly or wrongly, that our government will be desperate to sign deals even if they aren't that good for the UK, that we'll make concessions and ask for nothing in particular in return. Clearly that's quite dangerous for the UK. And they expect, in some cases, that that trade deal will enshrine our commitment to treating their products as equal, that we will accept their food standards. That is certainly the case with the US for chlorinated chicken and the rest, or not chlorinated chicken, it's now perhaps washed in something else. So that has been clear from the US, that is their clear objective, to break what they see as the stranglehold of the unscientific EU over the UK. There's a kind of regulatory battle goes on around the world between the EU and the US, and the US think the EU is winning. Now, the EU have stated, as of their mandate released today, that they wish to see us follow their existing rules. They'll offer us the incentive of fewer checks and no tariffs if we do so. Of course, the worst case for us is that if we don't get a deal with the EU, we lose access to the EU market, but we don't get any new access from the US or others, then we'll find any exports very difficult. Big choices. We need the government to be on top of this. They have to be ready with the deep knowledge and expertise, how to do these deals, how it's all going to affect your livelihoods, your day-to-day lives, our trade, and the entire country. They really need to get on top of this. So what do they need to do? And what they need to do is provide clarity quickly. For the last 4 years, we've seen ministers dance alternately. One day they'll say, oh, we should have more science-based food standards than the EU. Then the next day they'll say, no, we're not going to lower our food standards. And this has been repeated for at least 3 years, and the time is kind of running out for that approach now. We actually need some decisions. They can no longer fudge this. Of course, the new talk is regulatory sovereignty, that we're going to make our own rules. Well, I hope that doesn't mean that we're not going to be able to export or import at all, because I'm not sure that's what we want either. We can't eat sovereignty. And it's perhaps easier if we realise that nobody wants to give us presents. We want good trade deals where both sides get something that they want, but where we continue to benefit as a country. So that means defining our own interests, a balance between, as I said at the start, consumers, farmers, food manufacturers, other sectors. And I think it means a UK approach. We hear far too much about, what is it, an Australia-style deal, which appears to mean no deal at all with the EU. And in the past, during the referendum campaign, it was a Norway deal or a Switzerland deal or whatever it is. No, we need a UK deal, one that works for us, a UK deal with the EU and a UK approach to food standards, farming, and all the related issues that work for us. And for me, the answer has got to be that we are rightly proud of our food standards and our animal welfare. We want to combine this with trade, and that means politely saying to other countries, abide by our standards. They'll be set according to the best international norms. If, in the case of animal welfare, maybe we will help to set the best international norms along with other like-minded countries. And that any country that doesn't want to meet our standards, well, there's plenty of countries that will want to trade with us to meet our standards, so let's not worry about it too much. And equally for government, there's more to life than free trade agreements. There's the various regulatory agreements, there's veterinary equivalents. There's whether we can export to the EU on January the 1st, 2021 if we don't have a trade deal, because that is unclear at the moment, and that is the kind of clarity that we need to see pretty soon. So that deal with the EU is important, but it's not just about the free trade agreement, it is about those regulatory arrangements. And it also means government working actively with stakeholders, working with the National Farmers Union, working with other experts, such as my fellow panellists, and working with non-governmental organisations. This needs to be a consensus. This can't be something the government does to us. It has to be something that we all agree is the right direction to go in. Otherwise, all we'll see is a trade policy that this year says one thing, next year says another, and nobody gets any clarity or ability to plan long-term about what they're going to do. So, a new British approach focusing on what we want to do and making that happen in a tough world while still staying true to the rules. It's not going to be easy, but there's no reason why, if we approach this properly, we can't succeed. I don't think the last 3 years has been a particularly good model in that sense. There's been a lot of secrecy on the part of government. Doors have not necessarily been open to hear what stakeholders have to say. That needs to change now. The best countries, those who do trade policy most successfully, the likes of New Zealand, I would name there, they consult widely. They make sure there is broad public support and producer support for their trade policy. That's what we need to deliver in the UK, and I hope that's what we're going to see in the coming months and years indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, and I'm sure there'll be a few questions stimulated off the back of that. Now, I'd next like to introduce you to Professor Chris Elliott. Chris will be known to many of us, anyone on social media. Some of Chris's inputs on food standards, food integrity, and other areas are always well worth a read, Chris. So a small bit of promotion for you there. Chris is Professor of Food Safety at Queen's University and is also founder of the Institute for Global Food Security. A further very interesting point, for those of you who don't know, Chris is also a visiting professor at the China Agriculture University. Chris has assured me he has not been out there since before Christmas. But if he sneezes and coughs, I will be making my way very rapidly stage right. But Chris, you have assured us you've been, it's way beyond the incubation period since you were out there. It is always also very entertaining to hear Chris. I've heard you many times over the years, so please, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, I think. Now, I'm going to start off with a little bit of irony for you. You might not pick up from my accent, but I'm from a different island. And what this Irishman's going to do is I'm going to give you a little bit of English history. Gentleman behind me, King Canute. He was your king about 1,000 years ago, and he's famous for trying to hold back the tide. It didn't work. And I use that because food standards are going to change. They have to change. And I think we've got the options of either drowning and trying to hold or embracing the change in standards and doing it in a very positive way. Now, what are the big drivers in terms of change around food standards? And there has been a lot of discussions about international trade, talking about the WTO. And the WTO was set up to facilitate international trade, and food standards became a very big part of that. And over my long career, I have to say too long career, I've seen lots of ways where food standards have helped food trade, and in many ways has been used as a barrier and a blockage to trade. Also, my day job is I am a professor of food safety. And what we are looking at is more and more how the impact of our climate change is impacting food safety, and that will have major repercussions about our food standards now and going forward. And our climate is also bringing about a movement on our planet at the moment in saying that we have to deal with our environmental issues, and we cannot separate our food system from an environmental systems. And also we've got to think about food standards for who? Because I've looked at a lot of data over the last few months, and food standards mean lots of different things to different people. It depends on your age, it depends on your gender, it depends on your socio-economic, where you sit. It depends on your religion, so many different factors. So do not think that one set of food standards will be appropriate for 66 million people. So in terms of what should be the principles of future food standards, and I talk about this journey from moving from food security to food integrity. Now, I have a 1-hour lecture on that subject, but you haven't done anything to annoy me, so you're not going to get it, okay? Now, food security was actually defined 26 years ago at the World Food Summit, and the definitions behind me, and that stood us in good stead for a long time. But actually things are changing, and things are changing dramatically, and actually the definition I don't think is fit for purpose anymore. So what I talk about is food integrity, and the definition on the slide is my definition of food integrity. Now, I did send it to the United Nations. They just haven't replied yet. Now, what I do is I take that definition and I break it down into what I call the 7 principles of food integrity. Our food should be safe, it should be nutritious, and it should be authentic. The systems that we use to produce our food should be sustainable. The food should be produced to the highest ethical standards. And then the 2 principles of protect and respect. We have to protect and respect our environment and all of those people who work in the global food supply system. And I think these 7 principles should be how we define our future food standards. Now, in terms of food safety standards, there are lots and lots of different standards. Those have already been alluded to. There is the European food standards, and I will tell you, China is now dramatically changing their food standards. So often we say we've got the highest food standards in the world. You just keep watching China, because they are moving to higher levels of standards than anywhere else in the world. And food standards are about facilitating trade. And what I believe is, in the UK, we must have the highest set of food standards to set the standard globally. And I think we have got an unbelievable opportunity to do that. Now, in terms of food authenticity, and yes, I was the man that spent a little time looking at various aspects. Do you know there are no standards globally for food authenticity? And yet, probably the best standards that sit anywhere in the world are in the UK, all from the horse meat scandal. And again, we've got a massive opportunity in terms of taking leadership around that. In terms of my other 5 principles, what I tried to do was, because I know you're farmers and I thought 5 was too many, combine it down to 3, okay? Just looking for the quickest route out of the building. So I talk about, let's take those 5 principles and let's produce 3 indexes. An index about sustainability, an index about nutrition, and an index about ethics. And this should be the basis of future food standards in the UK. Now, in terms of sustainability, it is about greenhouse gases. It's about how we treat our soil, how we treat our water, how we dispose of waste, biodiversity. That's just a short list that I put onto that slide. Probably the most comprehensive list that I've looked at recently has 18 different parameters. In terms of nutrition, again, there are lots of different standards and recommendations in different parts of the world. The one I have on the slide, the Nutri-Score, is now appearing in more and more food products across Europe, driven by some of the big multinationals. And when I start to think about what would be the right way to think about better nutrition and an index for nutrition, for a period of nearly 4 years, I was actually Pro-Vice Chancellor of a Faculty of Medicine. And I saw statistics like this. On one side, it's the number of deaths associated with poor food, and on the other side, it's the number of what's called disability-adjusted life years. And the things that are in food now that we need to reduce, things like salt and sugar, and things that we need to increase, things like fibre and fatty acids. And I think what we need to do in the UK in thinking about nutrition standards is thinking about how we improve the health of the nation. Because if we do that, we will have a massive impact, not just on food and farming, but on the health of the nation. Now, in terms of ethics, there are the ethics of animal production. And I think quite rightly we can claim in the UK to have amongst the highest standards of animal welfare in the world. And again, it's thinking about what are those parameters that are important in terms of having the correct welfare standards for livestock. But we've got to think beyond animals, we've got to think about people. And one of the worrying things that when I look at the food supply system globally is the standards of which people are treated, the standards of which people are paid. There's so much evidence now of bonded labour and child labour in different parts of the world. We have to have standards that protect people as well. Now, I've talked about these 3 different indexes. Who decides what the score should be for all of these various things? Now, Minette talked this morning about a commission. Well, I think it is a group of people that have to come together, experts, and decide what the right things to do are. And those must be fed back to central government. Now, whether it's a commission or an independent foundation, there's lots of different ideas about that. Now, how do you actually bring about change? You can think about introducing standards, but how can you actually make those standards work? And I think the 2 ways to do it are through taxes and tariffs and through incentivization. You've got to incentivize people to produce good food in an environmentally friendly way that is ethically acceptable. If you don't do it that way, be it at home or abroad, you tax a bugger out of them. Now, this is just a collection of front-of-pack labels that exist at the moment. Some you will recognize. Some will guide your shopping purchases. I'm quite sure some in this room helped develop some of these front-of-pack labels. And do I think there's too many of them? They're too confusing. And do people really value them? Because again, when we look at some consumer data, is people look less and less at the front-of-pack labeling because it's too complicated. So I think in terms of all the things that I've talked to you about, I think we have to completely wipe all of those labels and come up with this. On every package of food that we buy, we will have a score for environment, we will have a score for nutrition, and we have a score for ethics. And what's also important is, of course, we all want to buy the nice green label, but that should not be more expensive than poorly produced food. And the only way you can do that is through the taxation and incentivization to drive the right behaviours. Now, there's been lots of talk about hormone-treated beef and chlorinated chicken. And it's not about hormones and it's not about chlorine. It's about the production systems that are used to producing food. And what we have to start to think about now, the environmental footprint, the nutritional footprint, and the ethical footprint. Those should be our guiding principles going forward, and let's forget and stop talking about chlorine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chris. Our final speaker before we open up to questions is Sean Spears. Sean is the Executive Director of Greener UK. For a long time now, many of us have spoken about how various organisations come together and speak with much more clarity and with single voices on issues they agree on. The letter that Minette spoke of this morning, signed by over 60 organisations and standards, is in large part down to the work that Sean has put in since he's been Executive Director at Greener UK. To have that range of environmental organisations come together and work with us and with the industry on an issue where we totally agree with each other in terms of the standards is a real credit to the work that we have all done, and you in particular, Sean, have done from your position. So thank you for that on behalf of everyone, and we very much look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thanks very much for the introduction, Stuart. I'll try not to ruin it. I'd say you're a mildly daunting audience, but I shall press on. Just to explain, Greener UK is a coalition of 13 environmental groups that came together in the immediate aftermath of Brexit. Includes conservation charities like the National Trust, RSPB, Wildlife Trust, Woodland Trust, WWF, and also campaigning groups such as CPRE, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and a couple of others who are equally important. And Green Alliance, which I'm Director of Green Alliance, coordinates Green UK. And from the very beginning, this question of standards has been absolutely central to our mission. And we've sought to work very closely, as Stuart says, with the NFU to promote our common interests. So, for instance, 18 months ago, Minette and I wrote to the Sunday Times warning of the potentially disastrous consequences of free trade deals with countries with lower standards. And last month, Minette and Craig Bennett, Chief Executive of Friends of the Earth, shortly to move to the Wildlife Trusts, Minette and Craig wrote a joint letter to the then Secretary of State saying, "We cannot have the situation where British farmers may be undercut by food producers operating in other countries to lower environmental, food or animal welfare standards." Now, I don't think I need to labour that anymore because the whole issue of standards was very well dealt with this morning by Minette and also by Carolyn Fairbairn in the discussion session, and we're in danger of having violent agreement about all of that. But as I think both previous speakers have said, what are the standards? What are the standards that we're talking about, and how real is the threat to high standards? Because, of course, no one stands on a platform saying, we must have lower standards, we need a race to the bottom. I'm not sure, I could say a few people I think might think that, but I'm not going to say that. But nobody comes out and says anything like that. Everyone says they want high standards, and I think most sincerely mean it. And in that respect, there's lots of encouraging statements in the Conservative Party manifesto and in statements from ministers. The Conservative manifesto, for instance, says, in all our trade negotiations, we will not compromise on our high environmental protection, animal welfare, and food standards. Those are words that are engraved above Liz Truss's desk in the Department for International Trade, or possibly not. Such sentiments have been reiterated countless times by ministers. For instance, Zach Goldsmith said, we will have the same or higher standards than the EU. And I have no objection at all to the narrative that the UK outside the European Union can do better than the European Union does. The admirable aspiration in the Conservative manifesto to have the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth. And I believe that DEFRA ministers are genuinely committed to the highest possible standards. I also agree with David Frost, the UK's chief negotiator, who said in his lecture a week or two ago, it is perfectly possible to have high standards and indeed similar or better standards to those prevailing in the EU without our laws and regulations necessarily doing exactly the same thing. But then you hear sort of noises off, other noises, including, importantly, from the Prime Minister, describing some commentary on US food standards as hysterical and saying the UK will be guided by science and not by mumbo-jumbo. Now, just as nobody stands up and says we want low standards and a race to the bottom, nobody stands up and says let's ditch science and let mumbo-jumbo be our guide. But it would be good to know quite what the Prime Minister means. What concerns have been raised about US food standards that are mumbo-jumbo? What is the science that discredits them? Discredits them. And beyond that, it'd be useful to know what are the EU standards from which the government wants to diverge and which are so crucial to our national interests that divergence is worth the risk of erecting trade barriers and potentially, if we have an Australian-style trade deal, potentially the introduction of tariffs. What are the EU rules that we are so anxious to diverge from? So I think the sort of rhetoric that we've heard about mumbo-jumbo and being guided by the science and so on, as well as the noises off from some of the fundamentalist free market think tanks like the Institute of Economic Affairs and the Adam Smith Institute, all that matters because it creates uncertainty at a time when producers certainly need certainty. So if the government really wants to reassure about its commitment to high standards, it should do two things. Firstly, as Minette said this morning, it should support an anti-dumping amendment to the Agriculture Bill to ensure that imported food meets the same standards as UK-produced food. And secondly, it should commit to non-regression in the Environment Bill. In other words, a legally binding guarantee that we will not weaken current standards. And so far, it's refused to do both these things. And in terms of non-regression, what one's talking about there is standards, ends or outcomes, not the exact way in which the standards are delivered. There's no need to say we will follow every single comma of current EU regulations. What the EU is looking for is a commitment to those standards, a legally binding commitment. So I think the government's current brinkmanship in its negotiations with the EU carries great risks. And just as the very act of stating there will be no alignment with the EU makes regulatory barriers to trade with the EU almost inevitable, so it also increases the temptation to strike deals with countries that will insist on weakening standards, at least as regards exports to the UK. And that, as we heard this morning, carries multiple risks that go well beyond the famous chlorinated chicken. One risk, of course, is that if the viability of UK farming is undermined, we will simply export our environmental footprint. In producing less here, we will cause more damage around the world in terms of deforestation, increased greenhouse gas emissions, pollution from industrial farming, or using precious water resources in water-stressed areas. And all that matters because the global environment is in trouble. And that is something that the government acknowledges very clearly in its manifesto and in its policies. The government acknowledges the climate emergency, indeed uses the term in climate emergency in its manifesto. And it's been admirably committed to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. It also has ambitious plans to restore the natural environment. Now, farmers don't need telling about the impact of climate change, not as some future threat, but as something that's with us now. Investment bankers apparently do, which is why last week's report to JP Morgan, leaked report on the economic impact of climate change was so interesting because it went slightly beyond its remit and talked not only about the economy, but declared that climate change was a threat to, and I quote, human life as we know it. So climate change is something I think that should be center stage of government policy when it's thinking about its future relationship with the European Union and with other countries in the world. And hats off to the NFU for making it center stage of your own policies and committing to the net zero by 2040. We also face an ecological emergency. The last year's IPBES report, the sort of biodiversity equivalent of the International Panel on Climate Change, the IPBES report by scientists across 130 countries calculated that 1 million species are threatened with extinction, and it called for a transformational change to restore and protect nature, our life support system. So this is serious, and it really should put an environment center stage in how we view agriculture, not only in this country, but across the world. That's not to pit agriculture, not to pit the environment against food production. That's a false division. We obviously need food. That was meant to be my applause line. No, don't worry. That and standing here saying I'm not George Monbiot was the other bit of advice I had, but I thought that might be obvious. So it's not to say we don't need food, but we need sustainable, profitable food production that protects soils, water, and nature, as well as public health. And that, not cheap food or a good deal on financial services or whatever else it might be, is a fundamental national priority. And of course, from Greener UK's perspective, and I'm sure from the NFU's too, we need to do better than we are now. UK standards in farming and environmental protection are among the best in the world, but we still see continuing evidence of wildlife decline, no improvement in the quality of our waterways, and continuing high levels of air pollution. So if we want a world-leading environment policy and to restore nature in the UK, we need to go even further. And I should say we need a strong regulatory baseline, well-enforced, sensible regulation as we move away from cross-compliance, including a better funded Environment Agency and Natural England so that they can do their job. And I'm aware that all this might not seem great to farmers who are dealing with extremely difficult conditions and faced with huge uncertainty. But everybody knows, and it's been said this morning, that farming practices will change as they've always changed. The task of government is to set the right market and policy conditions to enable that change to happen, including by ensuring more fairness in the supply chain. So a trade policy that puts cheap food at its centre, if that's the policy the government wants, and it's highly unclear, won't provide those conditions. We need more than that. We need a trade policy suited to the climate and to the ecological crisis we face. And what's depressing is that in all the talk about COP26 and all the talk about the importance of the environment and in all the talk about the importance of striking new trade deals, these things are almost never put together. I hardly hear a whisper about trade in the talk about how to combat climate change. We do need to join up policy and put these things together. Indeed, in all the talk about trade, I'm still unclear, and I'm even more unclear having heard David's talk, about what the UK's trade policy is exactly, except to assert its sovereignty. So finally, we need much more openness and transparency in determining our trade policy and trade agreements. That applies to Parliament. As things stand, members of the European Parliament will get a say over any UK-EU trade deal. Congress will get a vote on any US-UK trade deal. MPs will not have a say, and they really should be demanding a say. But it also applies to civil society. Greener UK has got fantastic relations with DEFRA, which is full of extraordinarily committed civil servants, many of whom it's stolen from Green Alliance recently. We've got regular productive discussions with all the other government departments, with the exception of the Department of International Trade, which is almost a no-go zone. And as David again said, they do need to get out and engage much more with civil society. In conclusion, as I think both Minette and Carolyn said this morning, or certainly one of them said it, the question of standards goes to the heart of who we are as a nation. And I think there is a powerful coalition that we have already sort of formed and we need to keep working on in favour of high standards that includes millions of people across the country, regardless of what party they voted for, regardless of how they voted in the referendum. High standards are vital for business, for anybody who's concerned about public health, anybody concerned about animal welfare, for farmers, for the environmental movement, for everybody. And at the moment, we are faced with a complex, opaque, and baffling debate on trade policy, when really we need to shine a light on it because it's going to have such a huge impact on our lives. And there's a serious danger of sleepwalking into disaster. I was hoping that David's presentation would enable me to end on a sort of rousing chorus of hope for the future. But having heard it, I am even more depressed and baffled by the opacity, the lack of clarity about what the country is trying to achieve through its trade policy. And we've got a very, very short time to sort this out. So I think what's really, really important is that all of us, environmentalists, farmers, and a wider coalition beyond that, keep shining a light on trade policy and keep saying how very important it is that we maintain high standards, and certainly that we maintain high standards in this year of COP26 as we're trying to come together and show leadership across the world to address the climate crisis. So I look forward to continuing to work very closely with the NFU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, and thank you to all the speakers for being very, very timely, which gives us plenty of time for you guys to ask questions. I'm going to take Chairman's prerogative to ask the first question, but while I do, could I please have Phil Jarvis and Ali Kappa to the microphone, please? David, you touched in your presentation about government needing to have a deep knowledge and expertise on trade. One of the things I think we would all be concerned about is where is the level of trade literacy, where is the level of expertise, given we haven't been in this arena for a very long time. What confidence can you give us, if any, that that level of knowledge and expertise is there to guide us through this next period?
Thank you. I can give you some confidence, actually, to be fair, because I'm often asked, well, surely the UK government doesn't have enough people, there's not enough people in DEFRA or in DIT, and I say, actually, no, they have recruited a lot of people in the last 2 to 3 years. The numbers are there. So that's the good news. The bad news is it can take a lifetime to learn this stuff, so perhaps, you know, let's be fair for a moment. The number of people who have been doing trade for all of that time is inevitably limited. They're going to have to learn their way through it. And I think that's the point where, I'm sorry, guys, that you were a bit depressed by my speaking, but that's the point where we need an openness and a dialogue such that these are the people who have to learn. So I've no doubt that UK civil servants have the capability to learn this stuff. I think that it's the two things we need are realism in terms of timetables. So why are we trying to do all our deals this year while people are still learning how to do it? So while people are learning how to do it, we're just going to have trade negotiations with the two largest trade powers in the world is slightly concerning to me. And secondly, you know, in terms of openness, have the doors open to you guys, but you know, everybody here, and also organize, you know, a wide spread of organizations. Because the only way you can be successful in trade policy is to build a proper consensus around it. And that's also worries me. But in terms of numbers, there's enough. In terms of capability, they can learn it. The whole picture just needs to come together a little bit more.
Thank you. Phil Jarvis. Try again, Phil.
Testing, 1, 2.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. This is the latest song off my European tour. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. NFU Environment Forum Chair Phil Jarvis. A Brexit dividend might be that the UK can show leadership on climate change and environmental protection around the WTO table. Do we have the leverage to be successful at this?
Thank you. Let's kick off. Maybe Chris. We're going to be one of 160 plus people sat around that table. How much influence will we have?
1 in 160th.
Surely we'll have more than that, Chris. Come on.
And you know, in all honesty, that's the starting position. It will be a new person round the table with lots of people who have worked together. There are lots of different strategic alliances go on. And I think, you know, one of the things the UK has to think really strategically, who is it you're going to align with? You know, is it, you know, the massive drive in India that they want to change their food standards, or in China. So I think it is about, you know, looking at the dynamics of what goes on. I'm not familiar with the WTO, but I'm quite familiar with Codex, and Codex is the food standards setting body, and the politics there is unbelievably complicated. And again, you know, it's back to the learning game again, because we haven't had people around that table learning those dynamics.
Nick, do you want to chip in?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out something we've made quite a lot of, we put quite a lot of emphasis on, and Annette mentioned this morning, that at a time when there is a very rare and unique moment for the UK to show global leadership as it re-enters the sort of political international arena, it's coinciding quite handily with the same agenda around climate-friendly farming, about needing to rise to the challenge of tackling climate change. And I think this, all of us in this room, it's not a short game, this will take a long time, and there are lots of things we need to do in the meantime, but is to impress upon politicians that actually, if Brexit's to mean anything, it should mean global leadership on exactly these sorts of issues. WTO might be a difficult place to do it, because WTO isn't operating very well at the moment. But somewhere, in some sort of forum, the government needs to very forcefully express the point of view that trade policy should be about much more than just price, finding the cheapest goods you can, however they're produced. And it should be instead about using trade policy to progress a whole other agenda around sustainable production, sustainable consumption, etc. And this is the moment for the UK government to do that. So I think it's potentially very exciting, but the disclaimer is this doesn't happen tomorrow, this doesn't happen next week. It is a long-term gain. And so in the meantime, things like the Trade and Standards Commission, a sensible applied tariff policy, sensible trade deals that safeguard our standards all need to be put in place while that much broader agenda is pursued.
David.
And I was going to say lead by example. So the WTO is not necessarily a body. The WTO operates by consensus. We are not going to change WTO rules tomorrow to allow all of these things to happen. But the power, if we are to deliver some of what Chris was talking about, and I think some of you may have been wondering, I was wondering while Chris was speaking, how is all of this going to be WTO compliant? And I thought, well, there's no reason most of it couldn't be, but first we would have to develop it. So if we developed it and said, these are our rules, I find myself thinking, would we get challenged in the WTO if we were putting forward rules for the UK and for people who wanted to access our market that said you had to meet some of what Chris was discussing? And the answer is I think that would be a pretty tough ask on the WTO to rule against us for doing that, because that's the direction of travel. So I think that's the way we have to do it, is we're not going to get a new deal at the WTO. Start at home, start by thinking about what we want to achieve, start by picking up those kind of ideas, and then move on to the international stage. And in the meantime, don't kind of undermine it with hasty, rash trade deals.
Very good. Ali Kappa.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for 3 very insightful talks. I have to be honest, all of them lead me to the conclusion that we appear to have a government with little or no trade or food standards strategy. For our sector, for fresh produce, do we think on the panel that there is anyone in government that really truly understands the purpose of things like the fresh produce seasonal trade tariffs, or indeed the purpose of a tariff regime?
David.
Oh, thanks. That's books and chalice. Not fully, let's be clear. I had quite a few phone calls in the last couple of weeks from various food producers saying about the new tariff consultation. Do they understand what they're talking about in respect to various things? And I had to conclude that no, not really fully. They are, it's action without full information. There's a lot of knowledge needed. This is a complex area. Let's not be completely harsh. There's a lot to do. I would be, I'd be gentler on them if government actually admitted there's a lot to do and we don't necessarily have all the answers at the moment. I think it's harder because they say they have all the answers and we can see they don't really. But no, I don't think we have that level of depth of knowledge, and it will take us some years to obtain it.
Yeah. Just while I ask Nick to maybe build on some of that, could I have Abby Reader and Phil Latham to the microphone, please? Nick.
Yeah, there's a really important point here, which is when we're talking about trade and standards, we often focus on trade deals, and actually the way the press cover it, and indeed
our government speak about it is often in light of trade deals. But Ali, what you raise is a very important point about tariffs outside of trade deals, the tariffs that we will apply on all imports, whether we have a trade deal or not. Now, you'll remember last year, we kicked up a lot of fuss, quite rightly, when the government published its no-deal tariff, the tariff that would have come into play if we had left last year without a withdrawal agreement. And that was very worrying, very liberalising, dropped tariffs on lots of agricultural products, including on some to zero. Now, the government has now sort of disowned that and said that was for last year and we're looking at this again in a totally new light. And they have now published a consultation, which is what the NFU and indeed all of you can respond to it as well, but what we're working on now. And one of the key elements of that is a simplification. And I think that's the point you raise, Ali, that they are wanting to have as simplified tariff as they can. And that does, I think, worryingly miss the point that there are complexities in our tariff for a very good reason, and seasonal fruit and veg would be one of the reasons, but it would apply across other products as well. But it is, again, it comes to this point around standards. We think about trade deals. If we have low tariffs, if we have lower tariffs in the EU, or if we have tariffs that are set at a level that make access into our markets much more competitive, then we face importing goods produced to standards that would be illegal here again, because for the reasons David mentioned earlier, some of this hasn't been tested, but keeping out goods on the basis of production methods rather than the product standard is much, much more difficult under WTO, and indeed in some cases is probably not possible. So this applied tariff outside of trade deals is as critical an issue for us this year as trade deals with all the countries we'll be negotiating with.
Thanks, Nick. Abby Reader.
Abby Reader, Welsh dairy farmer and NFU Cymru Dairy Board Chair. Sean, the NFU and the Green Alliance Trust appear to have an excellent relationship, and thank you very much for your involvement with the coalition letter. I'm just wondering what more NFU and Green Alliance Trust can be doing to ensure that we don't outsource the environmental impact of the food we consume.
Sean, what more do we need to do?
What a good question, and I'm very pleased you asked it.
Any more lines while you try to think
even though I can
answer?
see from where you were asking it. I actually, I'm so grateful to Andrew Clark for giving me notice of this question, but I didn't think of an answer when you gave me notice, Andrew. Even though it was an hour ago. I think we just need to keep working together, and I think we just need to keep making the case to MPs. I mean, it's a slightly lame answer, but I was at a dinner last night with a MP who's been around for some time, and very nice, very environmentally concerned, hadn't actually thought at all about trade. He was very committed on climate, very serious about trying to promote renewable energy in his constituency, very excited about COP26, but just hadn't thought at all about the whole question of outsourcing our global footprint or anything like that. And I just think this stuff is quite complex. We've just got to carry on working together, propagandizing, meeting MPs, talking to people, writing letters to the paper. I think it's going to be uphill, and we've got to do it pretty quickly, I'm afraid.
I think, do you also, Sean, see a world where, I think what we have seen through working together recently on standards and on trade, and I've always been a big supporter of bringing together organisations. And even if we disagree on 7 things out of 10, there's 3 things there we can solidly work together on. Do you see there being a long-term legacy beyond the issue of trade and standards where we will work closer together going forward?
I would hope so. I think I mean, I should just be absolutely clear on the sort of the roles here, because it's a bit confusing. So I am the director of Green Alliance, which is a small but perfect think tank, environmental think tank. And one of the roles we have is pulling together environmental groups, and also beyond that, we've got a history of working quite a lot with businesses. We have a circular economy task force, for instance. But I think one of the things we've tried to do is sort of nurture a better conversation between some of the environmental groups and the NFU, which I mean, let's face it, members of the NFU will be members of the environmental groups. There's not a kind of division between farmers and environmentalists. There is a crossover, and the RSPB and National Trust, etc., have always worked very closely, I think, sometimes more closely than other times with the NFU and with farming organisations. But one of the things I think which has changed in the conversation in the last sort of 2.5 years since the frame of public money for public goods became part of the currency in talking about farming reform was to be clear that the public goods we're talking about are not just, as it were, what happens on the edge of the field. It's not just public goods in terms of a kind of wildflower meadow or a wetland or new forestry. It's actually the public goods that you get from the central business of growing food. So it matters as much what happens in the middle of the field as what happens on the edge. And I think that's one of the conversations that's been enriched in the last couple of years, and I hope that sort of dialogue will continue.
Phil Latham.
As farmers, we very much like to talk about production standards, and I think we're rightly proud of our UK standards. But with Brexit, we have a broad range of trade scenarios that are available to us, and we may have to focus just on product safety standards. With our government commitment to non-alignment, what do you see, David, as the potential costs or benefits of our shifting away and divergence away from EU SPS standards?
Well, frankly, this is in the event of non-alignment, in the event of no deal, we're facing some huge challenges in terms of our very trade models, in terms of the way that most of our food that we import comes in from the EU, and most of the food that we export goes to the EU, the majority in both cases. That if we don't align, and if we have the tariffs and if we have the extra regulatory checks, and we don't know how quickly the EU will move on giving us the right inspections, putting us on the list for exporting food, then I think we face real problems on January the 1st, 2021, with our entire food flows and all of our trade with the EU. Non-alignment is a really tricky thing. You know, the more we don't have to align, we don't have to take the full EU rule book, but if we're not going to meet their standards at all, or if it's going to be more expensive for us to meet their standards, we're going to lose the opportunity to export that. It's pretty clear that the less we align, the more the trade barriers are, and the more people will not buy from us, they will buy elsewhere. So I think that to me is clear. I think I should also mention, in the event of no trade deal with the EU, we're going to face either very high tariffs or quotas which are shared with every other country in the world and which are not sufficient for us to sell what we're already selling into the EU in many cases. So it's pretty tricky, and I'm not sure, when we hear the government saying non-alignment or we don't really need a deal with the EU, I think the message needs to go out fairly clearly from many sectors. Well, actually, in our sector, that will have a big impact.
Chris, can I just build on this slightly? And I may not have got this entirely right, but Andrew Neil was speaking at this morning's Make UK conference. You have studied food supply chains for a very long time. You understand them arguably better than almost anyone else. And the argument that Andrew Neil was articulating is the Prime Minister sees the end of complex integrated supply chains, which are vital in the current food world. Can you give us a few thoughts on where you think all of that ends?
Okay. Thinking about the end of complex supply chains is delusional, okay? That's the starting point, because they're getting more and more complicated. And, thinking about the last question, where we do not want to end up is, I spent some time in India last year looking at the complex food system there. And, we import quite a lot of food from India. And India works to European standards, American standards, Chinese standards. And one of the commodities I looked at in detail was grapes. India is the biggest producer of grapes in the world. And what they do is they collect the grapes, and then a sample of those is taken, tested for pesticides, and based on the pesticides level or present, they know what market to sell it into. Now, this is absolutely, and it's quite a slick machine, and what happens is the best quality grapes with the lowest amount of pesticides come into Europe, then it goes to America, then it goes to China. And then what happens if it doesn't meet any of those standards? It goes into the internal market. We do not want to go there.
Just give us your thoughts on Andrew Neil.
I think they were Andrew Neil's interpretation of the Prime Minister's comments. So I'm not sure if Chris is talking of Andrew Neil or the Prime Minister, but we could take that whichever way we like. Could I please have Sarah Bell and James Mottershead to a microphone, please? Just building again on this, Chris, how do you see, depending on where trade deals go, what do you see as the big change in food supply chains over the next few years? Get your crystal ball out and tell us where you think the big change will be.
But Stuart, way above everything, what will impact us more than anything else here across the world is climate change. Massive crop failures happening in different parts of the world. Now, even you think about what's happening in China at the moment, the repercussions of the global food supply system, we don't really know what that is, because lots of food is not going into China now. Lots of food is not being exported. They've got the massive issues of African swine fever and trying to buy up pork all over the world. You know, this is climate-driven problems, and we need to be really, really climate smart.
Yeah.
Where we source our food from and how we produce our food here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nods around the room. Sarah.
Sarah Bell, farmer from Rutland. Since the loss of neonicotinoid seed dressings, I, along with many other farmers, have found it impossible to grow rapeseed and take it through to harvest, resulting in a loss of habitat as well as my only profitable break crop. The effect of this has left a 1 million tonne production gap in the UK. This demand will be satisfied and is being satisfied by imported oilseed rape, much of which will have been grown using neonicotinoid seed dressings outside of the EU. How do we square this situation? Surely all bees are equal wherever they make their home.
Sean.
Oh, what a surprise. Well, clearly British bees are the best in the world. But beyond that, as I said, I think we need to expect the same standards from countries we import from as we set ourselves.
Yeah. And it gets to the heart of, and it is a simple phrase to say, but is so meaningful. We should not be bringing product into this country that we cannot produce in this country ourselves. It's pretty straightforward. That was my round of applause line, by the way, Sean. So, James.
I am a broiler producer from Shropshire. I'm chairman of the NFU Poultry Industry Programme. My question really is on alternative protein, and would the Green Alliance support investment in homegrown protein rather than importing our protein from areas of the world which are at risk from deforestation?
Sean again, sorry.
I can't see why we wouldn't. Yes.
Good. We like straight, simple answers. That's good.
There is an interesting. There was an interesting concept called circular agriculture, which the Dutch government are doing a whole thing on, which is trying to produce more of their protein within the Netherlands. And what's interesting is that when I asked them the question about how they could do that within the CAP, they hadn't kind of thought it was any sort of impediment to doing it, but they've got a whole national government programme to try to do precisely what you're talking about, which would be a hell of an issue, I think, for Dutch farming, but they're starting and trying to do it.
David.
I was just going to say, we often start we've been starting with Brexit, we're talking about trade policy first. Trade policy is the international sort of outward-facing part of domestic policy. So what is it we're wanting to achieve domestically should be more driving the trade policy. You have the sense, and I have the sense listening around here, the issues in this room are around what's happening in the UK, but we're talking about a US trade deal. No, let's talk about what's affecting us in the UK, and then how can we best make that happen? How can we best create a system that works for all of us, rather than focusing first on trade. So I think sometimes we just get that the wrong way around.
Which then also builds on what Chris was saying earlier about how we then use our values and our ethics and our science to then lead the rest of the world through the WTO, through alliances with other organisations, etc. Fair, Chris?
Absolutely. I think that is the right direction of travel.
Well, but don't worry also about being leaders in the WTO. I mean, I've heard that as well. You know, are we going to be leaders in the WTO? You know what? Let's not worry about being leaders in the WTO when we regained our independence 4 weeks ago. Let's worry about what it is we want to achieve with it first, before aspiring to lead the world.
Yeah. Very fair point. Can I?
That's my applause, love.
Can I have Andrew Loftus and Wes Uddle to a microphone, please? Sean, one of the things you touched on very eloquently was about how we do raise our standards here, how we genuinely are leaders when it comes to the environment. And one of the things that is being talked a lot about at the moment is when it comes to things like ELMS and the entry-level scheme being based on income foregone, rather than arguably what is the real value of something. Where are you guys on some of this? Is income foregone the right formula? This will depend on whether you want a round of applause or not, Sean, which way you go. Go on, go for it.
So I'm just to add, I think the question is, for some of these environmental schemes, for example, the new ELMS, or even looking back at current schemes like countryside stewardship or the old environmental stewardship schemes, the payment levels are set at a level of income foregone. So essentially, you are being paid what you would otherwise have made from the market, from farming. Is that enough money? And what's actually Green Alliance's view on what should be the total budget for environmental schemes and achieving some of the environmental outcomes you want from farming in the future?
Well, look, I think we need, our view would be quite ambitious. We need to say that farming's got a really important role in achieving net zero, because you know, the net bit of net zero will require big changes to land management, and that will require big budgets and long-term investment decisions, and requires the Treasury to give farmers much more certainty about their future investment. So in terms of the budget, I think we have great ambition. In terms of the detail of how ELMS works, I'm finding all this a bit baffling, and as far as I can tell, so is everybody else. But we do need to make sort of major changes to land management in some places to combat climate change and biodiversity loss, and the farmers should be paid for the value of the work they do, I think, rather than income foregone. But I'm not sure, actually, whether that's Green UK's line. Fine. I always didn't get the round of applause there either, so I think this is the wrong answer.
Andrew.
Thank you. Andrew Loftus, beef farmer from North Yorkshire and a member of the National Livestock Board. My question is for David primarily. The withdrawal agreement that we signed late last year requires us to put in place certain checks on the GB-NI border within the United Kingdom. Rumours abound that the government is trying to water down these checks. I guess my question is, do we know exactly what these checks will be, or does it depend on the trade deals that we do? Is it right that the government is trying to water them down? And if so, what impact will that have on EU or US trade deals, or our ability to do those deals?
That's a simple one. Right. The withdrawal agreement itself is entirely clear that Northern Ireland in the future will be following EU goods regulations, and that includes in the area of agriculture. It is also entirely clear that the Northern Ireland will have to implement for goods going into it the European Union Customs Code. There may be rebates if it's proved the goods stay in Northern Ireland, but initially you will have to go through that process. Therefore, if we look at what the EU requires when things are being imported from third countries, that would be what was required in Northern Ireland if there is no UK-EU deal. And this is another reason why we need a UK-EU deal, because if there is a deal, which for example means that there's no tariffs, there is a reduced level of checks, then the checks that would be required on trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland will be fairly minimal, to be honest. They will still be there. There are certain percentage levels of inspections on different produce, but essentially that can be done within a trade agreement. We can make that fairly non-intrusive, or de-dramatised, I think was last year's word. If there is no deal between the UK and the EU, then that means that you have the full weight of checks that normally happen with regard to SPS checks going into the EU from third countries, and that is a lot of checks on a lot of different produce. I can't sort of name them all off the top of my head. Actually, bizarrely enough, I do have written down somewhere the whole list of these things, but I should have brought it with me. But I don't have it. Can the UK government get out of this? This is the same silly stories we've had for 2 years, that we've got new secret plans for this or secret plans for that. The treaty as signed is entirely clear, and at the end of the day, I don't actually believe the UK government is going to turn around and say that that great deal that they forced an election on and said was great oven-ready deal actually was useless, and we're going to tear it up. Nor do I believe they're going to take some extreme interpretation. I worry that they will take a long time before admitting what I just said, and so I think the pressure is to actually get the government to admit, yes, there will be checks, but these can be dramatically minimised in the event of a deal.
Chris, I can't possibly imagine why I'm going to ask you if you've got anything to add to this, but have you?
Minette mentioned this morning, I think she had 6 Secretaries of State to deal with. I think Northern Ireland, we can beat that pants down, to be honest with you. And each one will say something completely different, you know, because we have a new Secretary of State, and yesterday he was going, no checks, everything will flow seamlessly. And we really do not understand that. I always think, I describe Brexit as a stick, and Northern Ireland, we're at the pointy end of it. You know, it might work to the benefit or the detriment, but there is a massive disquiet, tensions that sit in the agriculture and food industry. And it's not just about simple trade. You know, we will have the land border. We will have lots of people will take opportunities for cheating and smuggling, and all sorts of things might creep back into the system that were there previously. So there's a massive amount of nervousness sits in Northern Ireland, and I share that.
Yeah. Thank you. Wes.
Good afternoon. Wes Udall, Chairman of the Young National Pig Association. Green NGOs and some parts of government have stated a wish to move away from using farrowing crates in the UK, which protect the welfare of the piglet and the producer. Meanwhile, other parts of government wish to import pork from the US, a country that widely still uses sow stalls, banned in the UK in 1999. With these polar opposite production systems, how can the British pig producer expect a viable trading future?
Well,
Sean.
I thought it was, I just sort of go back to my previous answers. We need to have very high standards in this country, and we need to ensure that we don't import from countries that undercut those standards. I think the easiest thing as the sort of baseline is to stick with the standards we've now got, say you're not going to regress from those standards, and to seek as a priority a very close future trading relationship with the European Union, to try and deliver that first, and then think about relationships elsewhere in the world. But you know, that's not the way the government's going. I think the previous question about Northern Ireland is just interestingly illustrative of the mess we're in, where everybody says checks will be necessary, except the government. Yeah. And it's, you know, it's kind of very difficult to navigate something where every trade expert I listen to, and indeed the words on paper in the agreement suggest that checks will be necessary, and yet it's denied. I mean, it's quite hard then to know quite where to stand in having these debates.
On issues like this, back onto pigs away from Northern Ireland, tell government, tell your MPs, tell them today, tell them again tomorrow. You know, these are complex issues. Write them all down. make sure people like myself who have a role in this as well know about these things. There is no substitute for basically keeping government on their toes, an awareness of this, both in private and in public, and frankly, your local MPs should be supporting this. I know some will be more supportive than others, but they are a strong route into government as well. One thing I learned while in government is that a letter from an MP to a government minister does actually get a response. It is worth getting a local MP to write to DEFRA or whoever saying, I've got this issue. Write to DIT, actually get some answers from them. We've got these issues, please give us an answer. You will get answers. They might not be the ones you're looking for, but it keeps the issue live. And that's the thing we've got to do at the moment, is keep the pressure going.
Sure. Just come back on specifically on the question about farrowing crates. I just think for the, clearly it must be a worry to farmers that to have to maintain high standards here and to face imports from countries that have lower standards. Clearly that is a worry, and clearly there would be a temptation if the government did open the country to imports from countries with lower standards to say, well, we've got to then drop our standards. I think that would be, that is when there would start to be divergence. This is sort of more an animal welfare than an environmental issue, but there would end up being kind of fractures in the coalition that's sort of coming together of environmentalists, animal welfare, public health, etc. And it must be in the long-term interests of UK farming to say, no, actually we are high-quality producers. That is the future that we see for ourselves. And I understand, of course, the economic imperative if you can't make a living because you're being kept to standards and being undercut by imports. But in the long term, that is a kind of death spiral for UK farming potentially. So I just think we need really to hold to the high standards mantra.
And I think just picking up your point, David, and Minette said this loud and clear this morning, every single one of us has a responsibility to talk to our MP, to lobby our MP, to use every opportunity we can to press a really simple message, that if we are not allowed to produce it in a way here, we should not be importing it into this country. And I think every single person in this room has a responsibility to make sure that they press that message at every chance they have. So please, as Minette said this morning, can we all use today as a chance to get out, write letters, meet people, be at the rally on the 25th of March and push what is a very simple message, but what has been demonstrated this afternoon is not necessarily a simple mechanism to get us there. Now, I'm just going to finish off very quickly. So one thing from each of you. If you were sat in government today, what's the one thing you want to see in UK trade policy? Chris?
In all honesty, Stuart, I think your industry, which is fantastic, working with lots of other of the sectors that you work with, help government with solutions because they don't have them at the moment. There is a very large agenda, but the devil will lie in the detail of all of that. Not just saying no, just to say, we think this is the way forward. And I think you will be rewarded for that.
David?
I think it is don't do damage is the one thing you don't want to do. Don't sign over hasty deals without understanding what it all means. However, also, don't do damage also means we have to do that. We have to keep the trade going with the EU because before I'm starting to worry about the rest of the world, I want to worry about all the trade we've got going at the moment. So keep our options open because I don't think we don't solve these issues today or tomorrow. But in the meantime, while we're keeping our options open, while we're working out exactly what we're going to do, don't make things worse.
Sean?
I think it would be nice to have a trade policy.
I've given you the opportunity to write one sentence of it now, Sean.
Well, just let me finish this point. I think at the moment there's a sort of debate off stage about what sort of trade policy we want. We want the right to diverge, but nobody's quite clear about why or what from, so that's a problem. But if we had a trade policy, the one sentence would be to have a trade policy that took the climate and environmental crisis seriously.
Very good. Look, this was always going to be, in parts, a complex session. We have had three very, very good presenters. Chris, who I've heard many times before, Sean, who we have been working very closely with, and I think that relationship for me will pay dividends into the long term, not just about current trade and standards issues, and I think that will be important for all of us. And David, it is always good to have someone who knows the subject inside out, even if some of that is just adding to the complexities that we thought was there. I think it's been a really good session. I have got 2 announcements to make. The first one is a reminder for this evening, and that is that the welcome drinks will be in Hall 3, commencing at 6:45. But please remember, we need to be seated at 7:15 for the regional awards and the conference dinner. And the final one is because we've got George Eustace tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, the bag drop, the cloakroom, will be open from 7 o'clock in the morning. So please be here for that important session tomorrow that starts at 8 o'clock. Very, very finally, can I thank you all once again? Nick, can I thank you? And Sean, Chris, David, thank you all for a very informative session.